these are, as I said, I don't expect them like.
Therese Hersey.
Helpful to have. Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, I hear her.
Faintly in the ceiling.
Hello? Hello?
Good evening. This is the Cunningham Township Board meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Here.
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey,
Here.
Miss Colasetti,
Here.
Miss Bishop, Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin, Supervisor Chenoweth,
Present.
Assessor Owana. Here.
The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes from September 16, 2024 public hearing, as well as September 16, 2024 regular meeting. Can I have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Jaya, seconded by Grace. Any corrections? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed? All right, are there any additions to the agenda this evening?
No, there are none.
Thank you. Presentations, I don't believe we have any. Next up is public participation. If anybody would like to address the Cunningham Town Board meeting, you have 5 minutes. Please step up to the microphone and state your name for the record.
My name is Itai, I, T as in Tom, A-I. Last name Segev, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, G as in George, another G, E as in Edward, V as in Victor. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the advisory question 1 that was recently on the ballot. It passed. I was not a supporter of this advisory question, but that's the democratic process, and I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is that I put out one sign against the advisory question, and within 24 hours, it was stolen off my lawn. I put a second sign out, and I think it took about 5 days for it to be stolen off my lawn. And so I put a third and fourth signs out, and I put them in close proximity to my picket fence in the hopes that that might deter people. And either that worked or it was just close enough to the election that people didn't bother because they made it. But certainly stealing signs off of people's lawns is not the democratic process. I know this wasn't necessarily restricted to just this question. I heard about Harris signs being stolen and whatnot. And I don't know what this board can do about this, but I just wanted to bring this as a question of, as an issue of concern and something that if there's something the township can do to sort of improve the environment and discourage this sort of non-democratic behavior, I think that would be a good thing. On a completely different question, I watched the previous township meeting where there was discussion about salaries, and one point that was not raised by anybody, so I thought it might be useful if I pointed this out, was that there's been a roughly 24% inflation since 2020. You know, I know there were cost of living increases in the various roles, or at least some of the roles, but I'm sure they did not add up to 24%. And so, you know, taking what 4 years ago as a baseline, you know, you might want to take into account that there's been significant inflation since then. And so I just wanted to offer that thought as a hopefully helpful one to the council, to the board, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Anybody else like to address the Cunningham Township Board?
Yeah, hi, my name is Brian Maxwell. I'm a resident of Ward 5, I believe, right over there on Elm Street. So I wanted to come and talk tonight about actually the same issue, Q1 on the Cunningham Township. So for those of you who weren't familiar with it, this was, you know, basically providing the direct question to people in Cunningham Township: should we end military aid to Israel, who's been committing, or there's overwhelming evidence of gross human rights violations, and we were asking voters, basically putting that question in front of voters to end military aid. The results of that, I don't know how many people were following it, was other than uncontested ballot races and probably the protecting election workers question, I think it was the most popular question on the ballot, passed with overwhelming support. 70% of Cunningham Township voters supported it. So I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of a few different organizations who couldn't be here tonight because they're all over in Champaign City Council tonight talking on the same issue. CU Muslim Action Committee, UC Jews for Ceasefire, Channing Murray Foundation, Prairie Liberation Center, Party of Socialism and Liberation, all the organizations who spent, you know, over the last year have been pretty instrumental on building public support for this, you know, trying to put this question, getting the kind of, doing the public outreach and canvassing to inform voters of what's going on. So first I want to thank the township for letting us put that on the ballot. I think it's awesome that the township process provides this whole process for direct democracy, where we're able to put this question in front of voters directly. It's not often that voters have a get to express their voice necessarily on matters of foreign policy at the local level. But just like back in 2006, I think either that was at the township or the city council, voters also voted on it, like, to express their discontent with the whole Iraq war, and I think that was, you know, instrumental in what turned out to be, in hindsight, a massive foreign policy disaster. So it's good that we can put these issues in front of voters. So not just for that point, but also to give policymakers who are actually at the state and federal level. Obviously, this was a non-binding resolution, but it helps really provide a direct poll of voters how they feel on an issue when it comes to foreign policy. So send that message to state and federal representatives. So now, I guess our next step on this, the organizations who helped put this on the ballot and see it put through. Not only do we want to express that as a community, we would like to see that message basically be communicated from the township to our state and federal representatives. I think it's important for that not just to not exist in just a vacuum that this happened in Cunningham Township, but to actually be relayed to the people who actually have a say in, who actually make the policy decisions when it comes to this. So that includes, you know, Congressional Rep. Nikki Pazinski, State Treasurer Mike Frericks, and obviously U.S. Senators Dick Durbin and Tammy Baldwin. So we're happy to work with the township. We can reach out. I'm just here tonight to basically say that this is something we would like to see done. We think this is particularly timely because within the next month, Congress will be voting on a joint resolution of disapproval on the same issue, sending military aid to Israel. We'd like to see this message communicated to our state reps leading up to that. So we're happy to reach out and work with you on this, and that's all. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Would anybody else like to address Cunningham Township Board? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Committee to Verify Bills. Danielle?
Good evening. Let's see. So this last month, in the town fund, we had $60,929 and 81 cents in expenditures. In the general assistance fund, we had $192,034.04. Our total expenditures for the month were $252,963.85. The town bills are in your packet. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about them before going through the officer's report.
Grace?
Thank you. Thanks for the breakdown here. I was wondering if I could just clarify, because I got a question about this, and sorry I didn't pass it to you earlier, but about some of the overhead and salary versus direct assistance. And some of my recommendations was looking at this was kind of piecing out the GA fund from the town fund, that has the assessor and the supervisor, and looking at the GA fund proportion and seeing that that is still, I think it was roughly, less than half, maybe 30 or 40% kind of admin personnel and things. And then some of what I was, imagining the rationale was also a lot of the case management. And I know we have staff kind of helping with paperwork, and that there's a lot of service provided in addition to direct monetary assistance. So I didn't know if you could just fact check or give any of your input on that for people who are asking about that proportion of staff to direct assistance.
So your question is specifically about the general assistance fund, I assume?
I guess kind of if that's the right way to look at it, to kind of pull out GA as the service fund rather than the total town fund.
Yeah, and I think first I would direct you back to the budget, just because, how we pay out for services does not, if you look at 1 month, it's not really going to give you a picture, but you look at the whole budget. So essentially, when I started 8 years ago, it was an administrative function. So the township would basically see if you qualify for general assistance, yes or no, you get a check. What we saw were such an overwhelming need for accompaniment, advocacy, licensed social work, and support, that a significant portion of the general assistance budget, and I could pull that from the budget, not the specific month, is it's direct service. So it's not paperwork. In fact, our paperwork, we really try to focus on trauma-informed care and wraparound services. So there's a lot of client contact. In our emergency housing program, both with families and individuals, case managers typically communicate with their cases daily, and they have once a week conversations, sit-down meetings to go over goals. But between, I would say they're texted or called almost every day, and usually it's from the participant who's asking for support getting ID, asking for support accessing transportation, something's wrong with their food stamps, their Medicaid got cut off. So I think what the public needs what I would like the public to understand in response is that essentially we started as an administrative function only office, and we built supportive services because of the demand and requests of the constituents we serve. The second thing is that in our general assistance program, the staff is largely grant funded. So most of it is not tax dollars from the levy, but it's essentially staff members who oversee programs that are funded through grants. So I guess and I think for those who are on the board in the first 4 years, we actually ran a hotel program without case management. There may be some who remember that. I would never go back to that again. I will never run a hotel program. In fact, Regional Office of Education ran a hotel program that had no case management, and they recently closed it completely. They have no hotel funds. They're not continuing to do that work. So I think you would be hard-pressed to find a place that is going to operate direct assistance, especially around housing, and workforce development without supportive services. It's kind of putting people in a situation that's impossible. Now, we do have, our utility assistance and our food assistance and a lot of our communications assistance is very and even rental assistance, it's very high volume, low staff time. So rental assistance, we actually have 1.5 FTE who runs rental assistance, which is kind of crazy to use that word, because we did 277 rental assistance cases with 1.5 FTE. That person is paid for out of the levy. But when you look at housing services, we are comparable to RPC. We use the same kind of case management approach, which is 8 to 10 cases per person. And although that may sound like a very small amount, if you're working with families who are 3 to 6 member families, every single person is being case managed. Every single person has shoes, clothes, schooling needs, mental health, rape crisis, all of those pieces. So especially for our family services, I really try to keep it to 8. Whereas for some of our individuals, we can go up to 12 cases per case manager. If you try to go over that, it really becomes impossible. So I think it's important to understand that we're providing wraparound services in response to both our learning about the needs and the demands and requests that we've seen from our constituents, and that a good portion of those dollars are not funded through the levy, but through grant funds.
Thank you.
Sorry. Are there any other questions about the bills? Can I have a motion to put the bills on file? To approve the bills.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by James, seconded by Jaya. Any discussion? Roll call vote? Roll call.
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
All right, reports of officers.
So in the memo, which says November 11th, but it's actually 12th, I just want to point out a couple of things from the memo. This is the first time we've seen a slight decrease in general assistance in a while. We're at 101 as of this memo, but we, as of today, are at 106, so we're back up. We are seeing a high number of folks on our general assistance rolls who are homeless, 26. We had gotten that number close to 0, and it's bumped back up. So I'm going to just keep bringing that back to your attention. We had 65 applications received and processed in October for rental assistance, up from 36 in September. We are still basically capping that at 1 month rather than 2 months and 200% of the poverty level. Luckily, we were able to squeeze a little bit more out of our SMAS grant for rental assistance, so you'll see that in the agenda for today. We're at $56,000 additional dollars added to the tax levy with the SMAS money. We have been, as I mentioned last week, we've been trying to get a handle on how many people are actively unsheltered. Last month, we served 65 folks with street outreach, actively sleeping outdoors, representing 49 households. We counted 150 approximately actively sleeping outside. I think I brought to your attention at the last meeting our concerns about the number of people actively unsheltered. There was a homelessness summit today at Champaign Public Library. Councilman Evans was there with us, and the chief officer of the Office of Homelessness at the state of Illinois came and basically showed that there was across the board, we saw 30% increase in homelessness as of January point in time count. I think that's increased since then. And across the board, across the state, they're seeing 25 to 40% increases. So they did pull recent data for later in the year, And what they're seeing is a significant spike in homelessness, not only in Chicago, but throughout the state. I know there's a lot of conversations about whether or not immigrants are involved in that homeless statistics, and although they are, many of the places seeing record net amounts of homelessness do not have large immigrant populations and are not resettlement communities. What we talked about at the Homeless Summit today was looking statewide at the significant spike in rents that people have seen throughout the state, and really seeing that as a major factor. We're also seeing increases in chronic homelessness, which is not recent homelessness, but folks who have been on and off homeless for a period of time. I will share that report, that presentation with you when I get it sometime in this next week. I think there's a lot of interesting data, and the Plan to End Homelessness that the state puts together every 2 years just came out. It was just released last month, so I would encourage you to take a look at that, and I'll send that out as well. I wanted to announce that with our staff expansion, we're able to reallocate more time to housing navigation case management. I think what has been of concern is that we had one case manager for both the wait list and the folks in family shelters, so the wait list really didn't get much attention. We now have a case manager who is specifically working with the wait list. That wait list is about 17 literally homeless families as of this morning, which is a very high number going into winter. And so essentially, they are getting regular communication from that case manager. She also provides aftercare, so once we move folks in with a voucher, she provides the monthly check-in that we have with our Housing Authority MOU. So we're trying to do kind of more continuum of case management services and support, even if we're not able to necessarily house the families right away. That said, we will have 100% voucher utilization by next week, so all of the vouchers that we have for the year will be taken care of. It'll be the middle of November, and we'll have to wait till January, which is fine because most of the families in our program are new at this point, and so we're working on vital documents and getting all the things that they would need to prepare for the voucher process. Let's see, all of our programs are full in terms of housing, except for street outreach is never full. We do the best that we can, and we have a rapid rehousing program that's funded through the Home Illinois Fund. And we have 4 additional units out of our 10, and so we're continuing to look for literally homeless individuals and families with income where we basically provide tenant-based rent assistance. So that program is going well. Let's see, I would say, so Ameren, right before the winter, they do a slew of shut-offs. So they essentially force people to pay their back due bills before they can no longer shut them off, which is when the temperature is too cold. It's kind of a brutal month for a lot of folks. And I've arranged so that essentially our office receives the addresses of every Urbana resident who's facing shut-offs. And I will say it's topped 100, 150 residents facing shut-offs in the last month. Anyone who calls from that list, because we basically verified that they're shut off, we're able to, to work with them to immediately address that issue. LIHEAP is also open now, and so we're referring folks to LIHEAP, and there will be a new program where essentially people who qualify for LIHEAP will pay less on their gas. And there's another program that's kind of weaving its way through the legislature, the process, that would have them pay less for electricity. Let's see, I think the only other thing I wanted to share is our Solidarity Gardens. Harvest Festival was last Saturday. We basically put to bed all the gardens. We have 72 gardens across the community with the free plot program and the affiliate gardens, and so we did a thank you to our volunteers. We had about 120 people through that event, and we're really trying to make our events trilingual as much as possible, so we've been English, Spanish, and French outreach, and then had been working with various forms of technology to kind of incorporate full translation in all of our events. So that went really well. I think the last thing I just wanted to share with you is last week I told you that I'm doing a calls for service study at Cunningham Township. I pulled the last 3 months of incoming calls to our office, and they have averaged 1,711 calls per month. We used to, before the pandemic, it was 800 calls per month maximum. At the height of the worst of the pandemic, when we had the highest number of calls and no one was able to get unemployment, we had 1,900 calls. So I do have that historic data from 2020. So being at 1,711 is concerning to me. So we have 17 full-time equivalents. We had 1,711 calls, which does not include walk-ins. I'm also going to do a study of walk-ins and emails so that you can get a complete picture. According to the Barry Dunn report, looking at calls for service through 911 to the Urbana Police Department, which has 74 and a half full-time equivalents compared to our 17, they received 1,355 calls per service per month for community members. So 1,355 compared to 1,711. And I don't know if they have like how much email communication they receive. So I just want to put that piece out there that I think as we look to do an alternative response task force, and I know that there is a pause on that task force, it's really important for us to look at material needs and the calls for material needs in the conversations about emergency and crisis response. I think we have a very outdated understanding of crisis that really only looks at crime or possibly, the 72% of calls that are nonviolent or non-criminal, which are not crime, but noise and other kinds of things. And we're not really thinking about like, I can't eat, I don't have a place to live, I don't have a coat, all kinds of, my water is shut off, my power is shut off. These are issues, these are the main calls that we're receiving. So I wanted to provide that information for you. And I will continue to update those numbers and get you kind of more of a robust assessment. That's just a total calls for service incoming. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Danielle? Ivana? Ivana?
No additional reports, thank you.
Jaya?
Can I backtrack? Danielle, what are the conversations about the impacts of the vote related to strides?
It's devastating. It was always the plan that strides would be maintained by a higher levy. The levy at the city of Champaign is 1/7 the size of Cunningham Township. Thank you, Urbana voters, for increasing our tax levy. But that was, we already had like substantial levy. And this year, as we saw with the elections across the board, people are struggling and a tax referendum is difficult for them. And I don't blame people who are struggling to say, hey, I don't want a sales tax, I don't want a township tax. But I do think it's important to look at, first of all, I think those taxes are different and a sales tax is regressive and this was a property tax. This would have been maybe $100 a year in terms of total amount. And so what I think and I said this at the Homeless Summit today, I named strides. The survival of strides is the #1 challenge that we're facing in our community. That's our only low barrier shelter. We have fewer beds than we had in 2016 for emergency housing when we had both Times and Salvation Army. So we've not seen a huge rapid expansion, but we need our low barrier shelter. And so I think what I recommended to the group is, one, the cities, the county, and the townships all have to put in for our low barrier shelter. Two, I think they need to come back to the voters, maybe with a more modest proposal for tax funding, and they'll have to do that during an off year. And I think they're gonna have to really explain with over a longer time horizon and tell the story of strides. In the meantime, what we have to do is move folks who are in strides, who don't really need a low barrier shelter, but really would be more qualified for transitional housing into transitional housing. And what you'll see on the agenda for tonight, sneak preview, is the IGA with the city of Champaign that basically allows us to accept funds to run a winter shelter for 20 residents in roommate pairs, so 10 rooms, 20 residents. And we've already started that process of gathering referrals and starting to do the roommate matching, because we hope to launch that in 2 weeks. We have hotel partners selected, et cetera. That would take 20 folks out of strides who get SSI, SSDI. They're not gonna get additional income. It's a voluntary program, so it's for those who are interested in living with a roommate in independent housing. And I think that model could be helpful for us going forward. We did a survey of who was in strides on SSI and SSDI, and I mean, I don't think people understand that the homeless population is a population of people with disabilities and seniors. It's largely what the literally homeless population looks like as individuals. The other face of homelessness, which is much more invisible, is families with children. So that's where we're at with strides. I mean, I'm sorry to be a downer, but it's a dark time for Urbana right now. My office really, I really did not expect to be sitting here the fall of 2024. Facing fascism next year and seeing higher than ever cases of folks walking in the door that were at pandemic levels. That's hard for us to swallow. So, you know, we need to have hard conversations about what our priorities are, and frankly, we need to look at where are we spending our money, what are our priorities, and understand that budgets are moral documents. And I think that we've gotten used to being able to take on more optional items with our budgets, and I think we're gonna have to really look at what are our core values, and we need to fund those core values.
All right, any other questions? James?
Yeah, I realize this only affects a very small population, but do we have any updated timeline for Hope Village to be open?
Yes. Yeah, it was, so the healthcare consumers was there today. It was a really great conversation, bringing together a lot of folks who are currently and formerly homeless with advocates and case managers and elected officials. So Hope Village is, they have a significant grant from IDA. They're building next year, 20 and 25, and they were looking for a launch in 2026. That's pretty much been it seems like they're continuing to say that that's their timeline. I will say that we're lucky to live in the state of Illinois, especially as a queer person. I'm feeling really lucky to live in the state of Illinois right now. And when I heard from the Office of Homelessness, the chief officer, the state has put a lot of focus and resources and attention to homelessness and housing insecurity. I think that is has shown up in the grants that we have across the board. And I think there are new funding sources available that use Medicaid waivers for supportive services, which I think will be important, and also medical respite. And so I think a place like Hope Village is a really good candidate for operational funds that are now available for medical respite for homeless individuals. So I feel like the pieces are coming together for that. We also have more organizations providing services, and I would say, and we've been upping our game. I think the quality of services, the trauma-informed care and we continue to work on issues of racial bias and gender bias. I think we've made some inroads there as well. So, you know, I do think that there are more people in the game, so to speak.
Chris, did you have a question? No. All right, no further questions. We'll move on to new business. First item is resolution number T 2024-10006R, a resolution setting compensation of Cunningham Township officials for the 4-year term beginning May 19th, 2024. Cunningham Township Supervisor, Cunningham Township Clerk, and Cunningham Township Board, and beginning January 1st, 2025, Cunningham Township Assessor.
Point of process. That we have the dates wrong. It should say May 19th, 2025 for the supervisor and January 1st, 2026. I think the resolution is correct and the agenda item is incorrect, so just want to point that out.
You said January 2026?
Yeah, so it would be
Yes, January 1st, 2026.
January 1st. Great.
Thank you. All right. I know we talked about this at the last one. James?
Yeah, I would like to move this resolution with an update in the context of the discussion we had for the city salaries. I would like to propose it as it stated. I would like to update both schedules to use the salary for the first year as $85,000, and then a 3% increase for each of the following years, which would be $87,550, $90,176, $92,882, and that's 4 years of salary, and then I think one of them carries over into another part. And I can speak to the motion if there's a second.
Okay, at the moment, there is a motion on the floor for the existing resolution with the updated amount starting at $85,000 for the township supervisor, 3% increase for all the following years to the 4th year. Is there any change in terms of the clerk and the township board?
I would use the same schedule for both positions.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by James and seconded by Grace. James, would you like to speak to your?
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of reiterate the conversation that we had as we were working on the city part. These aren't tied together intrinsically, but I do believe, you know, there's been a good case made for the need for an increase. I appreciate all of the detail that has been provided, looking at the various components and the comparables. Some of them are for countywide responsibilities, and those are understandably higher. I do believe that I am comfortable supporting this level of funding, this increase, which is roughly equivalent to the increase that we applied to the mayor's salary. I do believe that the mayor's function is more complex, has a responsibility that's financially much greater, but I also understand that the mayor has a larger executive staff to accomplish what they do, and so that's why I believe we should sync these up with what we move for the mayor's position, and that's why I've made this motion.
All right, any discussion? Grace?
Just also wanted to clarify when some of my thought process here too of looking at the current salaries of 72 some thousand, and I think a jump to 85 and then 3% I think is reasonable. I'm learning how much people make in a lot of professional roles and kind of balancing a lot of things as we had talked about last time. But I think that where we lie here, I think that it does make sense to be on par with the elected officials of other kinds of things like the mayor, and definitely see the need for an increase with cost going up and competitive salaries going up. And I think that this is, quite a initial jump of 13,000, and then the 3%, I think, is reasonable. Think people getting paid well is important, and then also just balancing the other things that we have financially and the other kinds of positions. So I think that this one's reasonable, and I'm happy to hear other thoughts.
Any other discussion?
I have a question,
Danielle?
factual question. So the last meeting, this council voted for the mayor's position to be 92,000, correct?
No.
It was 85.
And if I may, I think it gets up to 92,882 after 3 years, right? Yeah, or after 4 years. So starting at 85 and then 3%. So at the end, it ends at just shy of 93 a year.
James?
I'm going to say one more thing, and while I wasn't, this was on my mind before when we were talking about this, but it's much more on my mind now. I feel like we are at significant risk in the next couple of years of going into a recession, going into significant economic turmoil because of the policies that have been stated by the incoming federal administration. And I'm a little bit, I have to say I'm a little bit gun shy of going maybe as far as we might have gone with this. And I think starting, making this move now is taking in the feedback that we've gotten about where other comparable things are, but also using a little bit of care to not go as far as was requested, because we may have pressures on our budgets, and we don't know. I don't know. I just feel like with the coming administration's policies on economics, it's going to create a really challenging environment financially.
Therese, did you have any comment?
Basically, I kind of agree with James as far as I think we have to be more fiscally careful about how we do this. The other townships and the comparisons that I've noticed too is that they seem to have a larger revenue stream than the city of Urbana. We have our tax base is not as viable, I would say, as some of the other cities that we're doing these comparisons with. And we have to remember that the fact that we are trying to stay competitive, but comparison-wise, we cannot compare ourselves even to Bloomington Township. They have a larger revenue stream, tax base, and I think I think we need to be mindful of that kind of thing, as well as what James was saying is we don't know what kind of crises we may endure in the next 4 years. So I'm all for increasing the income and the what because we do want to stay somewhat competitive, but at the same time I think we have to be cautious.
All right, thank you. Given no further discussion, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this one.
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti?
Yes.
Ms. Bishop?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes to the amendment, if that's what we're voting on?
I believe James did it in one.
Oh, that was your move.
I
There was an
moved the
amendment.
motion with the
With amendment,
updated
okay.
schedule.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. next up is resolution number T 2024-11-007R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign a contract and intergovernmental agreement with the City of Champaign, Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus of Grant fiscal year 2025.
Okay, so, I have spoken about this grant before, so I will just be brief. It is a grant from IDHS that comes through the Metropolitan Mayor's Council that goes through the City of Champaign that would come to Cunningham Township. You could say that four times fast. It serves both immigrants who have crossed the border recently, as well as those regardless of immigration status. So it's been broadened. The primary purpose of this fund for Cunningham Township will run the winter shelter for 20 residents, regardless of immigration status, provide case management 3 times a week, and food vouchers as well, so that people have access to food, clothing, shoes, bus passes, etc. We've added rental assistance, which I mentioned. We will also be doing 3 events. 2 events will be specific. All 3 events will do targeted outreach to immigrant families and community members. There is a new driver's license and state ID, which no longer looks different than the other driver's license and state ID. It's really important, especially in the political climate that we're in, that people just have an ID and that it doesn't indicate whether you're an immigrant or not, which can actually be quite dangerous for folks. So we are going to use the grant to pay for driver's licenses and state IDs, as well as some vehicle registrations to basically get folks to have up-to-date vehicle registrations so that that is not an issue for them. All of it is grant funded, and it will, we're partnering with the Secretary of State on an event around that. The other 2 pieces are primarily legal navigation for work authorization. So there will be legal navigation and fees related to the filings for work authorization. Happy to answer any questions that you have, but there's basically, you'll see an intergovernmental agreement and you'll also see a contract.
Questions? Grace?
Thank you so much for bringing this. I think it's a really great service, and I appreciate some of the reminders we've gotten of Urbana being a sanctuary city and not asking about or reacting based on anyone's legal status here. And I was just trying to understand logistically how this is working. So we're the subrecipient from the City of Champaign, and is this SMAS 3 the higher grant that's kind of going through the city? I guess I'm trying to figure out the city and this SMAS and
So
where they go.
from IDHS through the Metropolitan Mayor's Council to the City of Champaign to Cunningham Township,
Okay, thank you.
which, you know, that's however the money flows. We're happy to accept it to serve our folks in the community, so.
Other questions? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Move approval of resolution number T-2024-11-007R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign a contract and intergovernmental agreement with the City of Champaign Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus Grant FY 25.
Second.
Moved by Grace, seconded by Jaya. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that passes on. Next up is resolution number 2024-11-008R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement for window replacement with renewal by Anderson, Central Illinois, and Quad Cities with ARPA funds.
The short version is that the windows in the apartment units that we acquired, and we knew this when we purchased them, are poor, and they're in much worse shape now than they were before, as evidenced by both the utility bills and the number of times we've had to repair them or nail them, some of them nailed shut, keeping within the code. But we would like to replace everything so we have fully functional windows throughout all 8 units at the cost of $48,000. We got 3 bids, and all of it is paid for out of ARPA funds as per planned in those grant applications.
Any technical questions? James?
How many units again is that?
It's 8 units. It's quite a few number of, one is 2-bedroom units, although it's all the windows, so there's also living room and kitchen. And then the others are 1-bedroom units.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no more technical questions. Therese, did you have a
How
question?
many windows totally?
I think
Do
you
you
can
know?
see in the, I put the actual document and payment terms in so you can see, but I do not have it off the top of my head. It's, you can, let's see.
I was trying to find. I see 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have 4 in the 1-bedrooms, but in the 2-bedrooms, it's the next one down.
And these are $12,000 a piece per apartment.
Well, it depends
12,000,
on,
basically 12,500.
yeah, it depends on the apartment. Obviously, the 1-bedrooms are much more affordable than the 2-bedrooms. And just look, I'm trying to get answered your
I'm
question.
looking at it.
16, so 4 windows in the 1-bedroom and 16 windows in the 2-bedroom. We've had issues with pinched fingers with the sash that falls, so we're doing sliding, but there wasn't really a cost difference between high-quality double hung and sash windows. So we went with the sash windows, the sliding ones.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay.
All right,
Yes.
I would entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of resolution number T 2024-11-008R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement for window replacement with renewal by Anderson of Central Illinois and Quad Cities ARPA funds for approval.
Second.
Moved by Jay, seconded by Chandra. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next item is ordinance number T 2024-11-005, an ordinance levying taxes for all town purposed for the town of Cunningham, town of Cunningham, Champaign County, Illinois, for the tax year of 2024, collectible in year 2025.
I believe, as usual, what we do is we put this ordinance on file. It'll actually be passed next month after there's a public hearing. So the request is simply to put this on file and let the clerk know that a public hearing needs to be noticed. And that way it will remain here until we've gone through the proper 30 days notice. But it's essentially the same as last year in terms of the levy. I am doing double and triple checking with the numbers. I will let you know if anything changes.
We need a motion to put it on file.
Yes, we need a motion to put it on file.
Grace, did you have a question or a motion?
A question.
Go for it.
Thank you. Just wanting to clarify that this is the levy that is set by the referendum. Kind of legally at where the levy is set by voters, is that correct?
Yeah, so basically what happens is we have to levy it as though everything we want to happen will happen, even though everything we want to happen will not happen. So what we do is we essentially levy at a rate that anticipates the maximum amount of growth in EAV. Obviously, the Carl case is not hanging in the same way, although there are some Pravina case, we're in the process of working through that. So we levy at a rate that will actually be higher than what we anticipate, and then we could levy, right now it says $2,570,000. We could levy $20,570,000, and we'd still be capped under the same tax cap. So it's a little bit of just making sure that we levy enough, just in case there's more EAV that comes onto the rolls than anticipated. And then we will be capped in the spring based on what the actuals are.
James?
Yeah, just for the benefit of those who might be watching, the Cunningham Township is covered by tax caps, unlike the city of Champaign, or city of Urbana, which has home rule. And so you try to expand your levy based on what you think might happen, as Danielle summarized, but it will be trimmed back to what the limitation of tax caps provide. I guess it is possible that there's a certain expectation of the outcome of those ongoing legal cases. They could turn out to be more favorable than we expect. We'd love for that to happen. And that would potentially mean that that money we already have, we have that in escrow in township as we
Yes.
did in the city. So if we don't end up having to spend all the stuff that we have in escrow, that could help us in the end, but we can't count on that. Is that a fair summary?
Great summary, James.
All right. I would take a motion if somebody's willing to give me one. The motion would be to put this on file.
I would move to put on file ordinance number T 2024-11-005, an ordinance levying taxes for all town proposed for the town of Cunningham, Champaign County, Illinois, for the tax year 2024, collectible 2025.
Second.
Moved by Grace, seconded by Sharice. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? All right, that motion carries. The last item on our agenda is a closed session. Closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120/2C5 for the purchase of lease or real property. May I have a motion?
I'll move on the basis of that exemption from the Open Meetings Act.
Second.
Moved by James, seconded by Sharice. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Miss Hersey,
Yes.
Miss Colasetti,
Yes.
Miss Bishop,
Yes.
Miss Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
For the public, this meeting does not have any other business after this. City Council will follow immediately when we return from closed session. Thank you.
I'll be sharing the next. You're good to go.
So how do I, I can connect my, using that.
Yeah, let me double check with our tech guy to make sure.
7 different types. It's just I just couldn't forget.
All right, we are back from closed session. Can I have a motion to go back into open session?
So moved.
Sharice
Second.
Hersey.
Moved by James, seconded by Grace. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Should be a roll call, but.
Sorry, roll call.
Miss Wu?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Miss Hersey?
Yes.
Miss Colacetti?
Yes.
Miss Bishop?
Yes.
Miss Wilkin?
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
That motion carries with no further business in front of this board. This meeting is adjourned. City Council, Committee of the Whole will begin in just a moment.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the November 12th, Tuesday, November 12th, City of Urbana rescheduled Committee of the Whole meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu?
Here?
Mr. Evans?
Here.
Miss Hersey?
Here.
Miss Colacetti?
Here.
Miss Bishop?
Here.
Miss Wilkin?
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Here.
Mayor Marlin?
Okay, next will be the approval of minutes from previous meetings, October 14th, 2024, and October 21st, 2024. Is there any substantial changes to the minutes? For approval, all in favor, say aye.
Need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do a motion.
I move approval of those two meeting minutes.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mary Alice, seconded by Sharice. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Those minutes are approved. Additions to the agenda. I have one addition to the agenda. There will be a third presentation tonight from Angela Bradley, the CEO of Heartstrong Meals, to give a 10-minute presentation on the possibility of a grocery store in Ward 3. That'll be a third presentation. We will go to presentations and public input. I'm going to ask for the public's patience tonight. We're going to go through the presentations first, and then you will have a chance to do public input and give 5-minute public input. But first will be the presentations. The first one, actually first two from the Regional Planning Commission will be Kuwat's Long-Range Transportation Plan till 2050 and a Lincoln Avenue Corridor Study. And who is going to take on that? Okay, just step up and you have the floor when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Susan Bergstrom. I'm the planning manager with the Regional Planning Commission. And tonight I'm here to present our 2-year-long planning process. It's the Long-Range Transportation Plan 2050 for the Champaign-Urbana-Savoy-Bonneville urban area. We also have a metropolitan planning area which extends beyond those municipalities for which we need to plan because we assume that also Mahomet and Tolona will become part of our urban area in the next 20-25 years. So we're trying to look at that entire region.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you make sure that green light's on and mic close? I'm not sure if you're getting picked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better? Awesome. Thank you. The LRTP 2050 is something that our staff undertakes every 5 years by federal mandate. And this is something that we have to make sure that we have a fiscally constrained plan for all transportation projects within our metropolitan planning area for the next 25 years. And it needs to include certain things according to federal regulations. The plan this year is a web plan, so it's entirely online, and it includes 6 different sections. We have the overview, existing conditions, goals, 2050 vision, public involvement, and then the appendices that have more details about our tools and models that we use toward doing projections into the future. For the LRTP 2050, we have 5 overarching goals: safety, reliability, sustainability, equity and quality of life, and connectivity. And under each of those goals, we have a goal statement that further explains how things will improve transportation in our area. We also have objectives and performance measures to benchmark how well we are achieving the plan's implementation in the future. And finally, we have strategies that are activities that QOT staff, as well as the member agencies such as the City of Urbana, can undertake to help achieve the plan. The City of Urbana strategic goals for 2024 and 2025 closely relate to a lot of the LRTP goals and strategies. I'm not going to go over everything, but as an example, Urbana strategy number 3 is infrastructure, to improve the quality of current infrastructure assets. And this lines up really well with the 5 LRTP goals. And some of the example strategies in the LRTP related to that include to always apply for infrastructure grant opportunities, to continue our annual sidewalk inventory and assessment, to provide complete street connections, including bicycles, pedestrians, and for vehicles to and between the downtowns in the core area, and also to promote strategic investment in our disadvantaged areas that integrate residents' input and needs into what we're planning for. I'm going to skip over a few of these in the interest of time, but the overall statement that I want to make clear is that we've done a lot of research of the City of Urbana's plans, and we have worked really well with Urbana staff over the last 2 years to make sure that our plans line up with your plans. The vision in the LRTP 2050 includes a section on the plan from 5 years ago, the LRTP 2045, and the status of those strategies and projects. It has a future projects section, a section on scenario modeling, funding, and how we plan to implement the LRTP. Some of the upcoming projects for the City of Urbana, or that impact the City of Urbana, include a couple of complete streets projects, which are Lincoln Avenue between Washer and Killarney, and also Florida Avenue between Wright and Hillcrest Drive. Some other agencies also have projects that impact Urbana, such as the University of Illinois project for Pennsylvania Avenue from the Urbana city limit east to Lincoln Avenue, the proposed transit center for MTD in Urbana, the growth of MTD's hydrogen bus fleet, which would impact sustainability for all of us, and also some ADA improvements on US 150, Illinois 130 from University Avenue to Illinois 130. And a couple of the bicycle pedestrian projects that are also prioritized include the Baker's Lane Shared Use Path and the Florida Avenue Shared Use Path. In the LRTP, we do have a short section on project profiles for regionally significant projects. So these are projects that are likely to happen in the next 5 years and relate strongly to the LRTP goals. And one of those projects is the North Lincoln Avenue between Washer and Killarney. And it fulfills really well some of the objectives that we're talking about in the LRTP, and is also a high priority project for multiple areas here. We also have Florida Avenue that we consider a regionally significant project because it greatly impacts commute in our community for Champaign, Urbana, and other residents, and also impacts the University of Illinois. Vine Street is another project that the Urbana Engineering Public Works Department identified as regionally significant. It's something that, looking for construction by 2026, it might include a potential road diet, which is talking about potential lane reductions that they will study further. And it's something that will impact pedestrian and bicyclist safety, sustainability, and also connecting pedestrian facilities like sidewalks throughout that area. So those were some of the projects that have a more reasonably guaranteed funding source, but the projects, there are approximately 58 projects in the LRTP that we call illustrative projects. And those are ones where, yes, they have a priority for one or more communities, but there's no funding guaranteed for them at this point. So within the next 25 years, this slide shows the list of projects that we're hoping funding will become available for. It's also possible that communities will reprioritize what projects need to come forward depending on community needs and demands. And so these projects could become something that's more in the short term rather than long term. We had 3 rounds of public outreach in the last 2 years, and the first phase was April through October of 2023. And during that time, we had surveys and we attended public events to learn about residents' transportation patterns, what obstacles they run into, and also community demographics. We attended 13 community public events where we had our staff working with people on the surveys and looking at maps, and also an online interactive map where we had people had the ability to enter comments about certain locations and if there were transportation issues or good things that they found. Phase 2, April through July of this year, we worked with people on identifying their goals and future project priorities. And we attended 12 community events with surveys and maps again. And we did a special survey distribution through the University of Illinois Division of Management Information in July to try to gather more student input for this plan. And phase 3 we are in right now. My slide says it started September 16th and went through November 8th, but we are still obviously here talking with you, and we also have more comments that we're going to integrate into the draft plan. Specific to the City of Urbana, our outreach included the Marathon Expo for 2 years, the Jazz Walk at Meadowbrook Park in 2023, Urbana's Market at the Square for both years, Jetty Road's Neighborhood Day for both years, and then there was also a Climate Action Celebration at Crystal Lake Park in 2023, and a Neighborhood Nights event at Crestview Park in summer of 2024. So we tried to get a fair representation of what residents want and need in terms of the transportation system that we have. Our next steps are to finish up presentations, and then we're going to organize all the comments we received over the last 2 years according to jurisdiction. So the City of Urbana staff will get all the comments that we have collected over time. We have a final steering committee meeting on November 22nd. And after that, we're going to hope that our QWAT's technical and policy committees approve the plan so we can send it off to IDOT and to Federal Highway in December. It is due by the end of December this year. And one thing that I like to note is that in order for any transportation project in our urban metropolitan planning area to get federal or state funding, we have to have that in the long-range transportation plan. So we have worked really close with each agency's staff members to make sure that the projects are included so that we don't miss an opportunity for that kind of funding. That's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Mary Alice?
I was just looking, so the public still has an opportunity now to provide input, is that correct?
We can take input. I actually intended to end that on November 8th. We officially could have cut it off in mid-October, but because we're still presenting, tonight is our last presentation for the public, we're happy to take comments if there are some I would like to have everything in a final list for the steering committee on the 22nd, though.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Any questions? Okay, are you also doing the Lincoln corridor?
I am not. There's
Okay.
another staff member coming up here.
Okay, all right. We'll transition to that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, whenever you guys are ready, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Carmen Franks. I'm an assistant city engineer with Public Works. And I'm here with JD from RPC and Kate from Lockmuller Group. And they're going to be giving you some details on the Lincoln Avenue Corridor study that's been ongoing for over a year now. So the Lincoln Avenue Corridor project is a very highly ranking project in our current capital improvement plan for Public Works. It ranks so highly because of the number and severity of crashes that have occurred in the corridor in recent years. And because of those, it also ranks in the top 5% of priority safety locations for IDOT in our district. That's District 5. And JD will get into more details on that later. But it's also a highly ranking project for us in Public Works because of the condition of the roadway and because of other needs like pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure improvements that are needed. With that, I'm going to turn it over to JD.
Yeah, so like Carmen said, Kate and I will talk through the contents of the study. I'll start kind of talking through the entire study process and then hand it over to her to discuss kind of the specific proposals more in depth. So with that, I'll jump into the outline of the presentation. So yeah, starting just with a general overview of what this project is, talking through existing conditions analysis, the rounds of public outreach that we did, as well as future conditions development, and finally implementation, which Kate will talk about. So for general project overview, this study was funded by a 2-year grant from IDOT with the scope from beginning in 2023, ending in 2024. The scope of the project, the scope of the study is 1.2 miles of Lincoln Avenue in Urbana, basically Green Street to Florida with a slight buffer around those intersections. And the study is a collaboration between RPC, the city, University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District, and then Kate with Lockmuller is our engineering consultant. So starting with existing conditions. As I'm sure I don't really need to tell anyone here, Lincoln Avenue is located on the eastern edge of the University of Illinois campus, so serves as kind of a transition zone between the academic, dorm, commercial uses to the west and the residential West Urbana neighborhood to the east of Lincoln Avenue. The demographics of the immediate area are greatly affected by that scenario being right next to campus. So we drew a kind of buffer area that we called the area of influence, and within that, nearly 11,000 people lived there. Almost 80% of those were college-aged individuals. More than half lived in institutional housing or dorms, and the remaining 44% were in households. Looking at kind of census data on transportation, in that area of influence, a third of households don't own any vehicles, and more than 75% own one or fewer vehicles per household. And looking at commuting, only a quarter of workers in the area of influence drive or carpool to work. So basically nearly 3/4 take another mode, and nearly half of those walk to work. So that's the demographics of the immediate neighborhood, who definitely aren't the only users of the corridor, but are definitely significant stakeholders. Looking at the conditions of Lincoln Avenue itself, Lincoln Avenue is a minor arterial, which means that it moves traffic between different traffic generators in the region. So it's not just a local road, it's moving travelers between different destinations within the county and within the urban area. It serves as a direct connection between Interstate 74 and the campus area. Average daily traffic on the specific study segment of Lincoln Avenue ranges from 10,000 vehicles per day in the south end of the corridor near Florida, up to 13,000 vehicles per day on the north side of the corridor near Green Street. The roadway itself has seen better days. The pavement condition index, which scores from 0 to 100, there's no segment in the study area that has a score above 40, and kind of the average score in the study area is at 29. And we'll talk a little bit more about this in depth, but like Carmen mentioned, the Lincoln Avenue and Ohio Street intersection was identified by IDOT as a priority safety location for our region. Looking at how this corridor serves vehicles, so for vehicle traffic, we have a measurement that we use called level of service that goes from an A ranking to an F. A is basically free flow of traffic, and F is basically everyone is stuck behind the vehicle in front of them, basically gridlock. Looking at the morning and afternoon rush hours along the corridor, you can see in the maps that we have there, there's a few different segments between Pennsylvania and Florida and between Greene and Illinois that have a score of E during those rush hours. So aren't the absolute worst, but are near the heaviest traffic condition. We don't have diagrams for the intersection level of service, but you can also analyze at intersections rather than segments like you see there. And for that analysis, the Lincoln and Pennsylvania intersection has a ranking of F, so the worst during the afternoon rush hour, with all the other intersections having D or better. So there's definitely congestion issues specifically during kind of as people are either going to or leaving work at the university. Looking at safety, like I mentioned, Lincoln and Ohio was identified as a priority area, largely due to the crashes that have occurred there between 2013 and 2019. There was a type A, which is a severe injury crash at that intersection, as well as crashes with a cyclist and a pedestrian at that intersection. Looking at the whole corridor for the decade between 2013 and 2022, there were 337 crashes on the corridor, including 2 fatal crashes, 6 severe injury crashes, and 29 minor injury crashes. Within that crash number, there were also 4 cyclists who were involved in vehicle crashes and 5 pedestrians who were involved in vehicle crashes in that time period. So looking past just motor vehicles through other transportation modes, you can see a variety of transportation mode infrastructure on this slide. So first on the left, looking at bicycle facilities, there are certainly bike facilities on the corridor and adjacent to it, but if you look at the middle of that map, you can see they're not consistent. There's significant gaps along Lincoln Avenue in designated bicycle infrastructure. Similarly, looking at the center map of the sidewalk network, there are sidewalks for the entirety of the corridor, but the condition of those sidewalks varies pretty significantly, and the level of compliance with accessibility guidelines definitely varies significantly. And then last, you can see on the right map of transit infrastructure. So there's, I believe, 9 bus routes that travel along or adjacent to Lincoln Avenue, as well as a handful of bus stops that are either directly on Lincoln Avenue or at intersections nearby to Lincoln Avenue. So with all of that existing conditions established, we'll move on to the first round of public outreach, which is really looking at getting feedback from the public on what they thought about these existing conditions, what they liked, what they disliked, what they thought was missing on the corridor. This outreach took place in the fall of 2023 and used a variety of outreach methods. We hosted an open house at the Alumni Center and provided both digital and physical paper versions of a survey and a comment map. and used a variety of methods to get the word out about this, including social media, flyers, outreach to local stakeholder organizations, yard signs on Lincoln, and meeting and talking with the press, as well as tabling during Light the Night for Bike Week. From this, we got 345 survey responses and 317 map comments. The main themes that came up in these comments included strong emphasis on improving bike and pedestrian infrastructure, simplifying the design of the road and the clarity for users on how to use the road, and calming automobile traffic. You can see at the bottom left the kind of 8 broad categories that signals that comments were sorted into. And then in the bottom right, you can see every comment was kind of coded with more specific issues, and you can see the top issues that came up there. So bike infrastructure, design, roadway design, pedestrian infrastructure, safety, and the issues like that. After conducting that first round of public outreach, we moved into the future conditions phase, which included travel forecasting and alternative evaluation. So the first step there was using existing data to project what the growth rate in usage along the corridor would be for the future. And after determining that rate, as standard practice, we looked into the feasibility of roundabouts along this corridor. But these were ruled out kind of early in the process due to the traffic impacts that would occur along the corridor, as well as kind of existing constraints in this specific area. What was moved forward with, though, were 3 different proposed scenarios for bike and pedestrian infrastructure. So the first would be continuous bike lanes on the road on both sides of the east and west sides of the corridor for the full length from Greene to Florida. The second option was bike lanes for the...
We're going to entertain a motion to give you more time.
Can I make a motion to extend the time by 5 minutes?
There's a second.
Second.
Do we need just a voice vote? Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
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 Go ahead.
Thank you. The second was bike lanes on the north half with a shared use path for bikes and pedestrians on one side of the road in the middle, and then bike lanes on the southern end. And then the third option was bike lanes on the top half, shared use path on the bottom half. There were also a variety of kind of consistent changes that we were proposing across the different scenarios that were developed during this phase, which Kate will talk about more in depth shortly. With all of these proposals, we moved on to the second round of public outreach, which took place in spring of 2024, using similar outreach methods. We had an open house at the Illinois Street Residence Hall. Again, had both paper and digital maps and surveys, and used similar methods to get the word out, and received 192 survey responses and 95 map comments from this phase. The results of this outreach, of those 3 scenarios that I mentioned, there was strong preference for the first one with bike lanes along the full length of the corridor, as well as strong support for pedestrian improvements and roadway realignment on the corridor, and concerns about proposed road closures and pedestrian infrastructure consolidation, which will be discussed more in depth by Kate in a little bit. That brings us to kind of the last round that we're doing right now in fall of 2024. So after analyzing all of this feedback, we developed kind of the final proposal. Currently, we're presenting it to stakeholders, including yourselves. Following this, in the next month, we will have a 30-day public comment period to get kind of a final round of public feedback. And then kind of after synthesizing and incorporating all of that, we will plan to come back to y'all in the new year to get kind of your final endorsement of this plan so that we can use it for grant applications for implementation in the future. And there are a variety of possible funding sources that can be used for this project and are being looked into and being pursued to implement these recommendations. So with that, I will hand it over to Kate for the implementation section.
Thank you. The final proposal, as JD previously mentioned, includes on-street bike lanes for the full length of the corridor. This can be associated with up to 32% reduction of all crash types. We will explore vertical separation of those bike lanes similar to what is shown on Green Street on campus. That will be explored in the preliminary design stage, but we've currently determined it seems to be feasible, so that's promising. Horizontal separation, however, would not be feasible due to the existing right-of-way constraints. The proposal also includes a conversion of the entire corridor into a 3-lane section. So there'll be a through lane in each direction and a center left turn lane. I'd like to note that Nevada to Florida was already a 3-lane section, so this change is really only occurring between Green and Nevada, and this can be associated with up to a 47% reduction in crashes for the impacted segments. As JD mentioned, roundabouts at Illinois, Nevada, and Pennsylvania were considered as part of this study, but prior completed planning studies before this effort determined that traffic signals were to be the future condition for Lincoln at Green and Lincoln at Florida. So when considering roundabouts at Illinois, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, we found that they would not provide adequate vehicular flow, particularly at Illinois and Pennsylvania. At Illinois, that was mainly due to the close spacing to the traffic signal at Green Street. There's only about 450 feet spacing between Green Street and Illinois. And the northbound queue from our models at Illinois, due to the backup at Green Street, would extend over 1,000 feet, and that would result in a gridlock condition within that roundabout, is what we were estimating. Which we estimate that there will be some reduction level of service for road diet applications. I think we're all prepared to accept that, but we still don't want to gridlock the roadway. And so that was a major finding in our study to point us to traffic signals for the final proposed configuration. Another benefit of signal timing for the proposed configuration is also the ability to implement timing adjustments and optimization along the corridor, so all the signals can talk to one another, essentially. This allows planned platooning, which can hopefully provide some more gaps in the flow along Lincoln Avenue for pedestrians to cross. This also will allow us to implement leading pedestrian intervals, which will allow pedestrians preferred positioning in the intersections as they cross. The entrances to the corridor will be adjusted slightly with the creation of right turn only lanes or dedicated bicycle lanes at the corridor entrances, which will facilitate that 1-lane entry for vehicles. Okay, it'll be quick, I promise. Southbound at Green Street, the study proposes 1 southbound left turn lane, 1 southbound through lane, and 1 southbound right turn lane, which would have shared bike lane markings. The northbound approach at Florida would have 1 northbound left turn lane and 1 shared northbound through and right turn lane. Traffic analysis determined a dedicated right turn lane was not needed here, so we were able to give that right-of-way space to a dedicated bicycle lane. We also are proposing a number of crosswalk relocations or consolidations, including a new mid-block crosswalk at Oregon Street to the east. There are existing crosswalks at Ohio and Indiana that are proposed to be consolidated into a single mid-block crossing, and all crosswalks at non-signalized crossings we are proposing to have rapid rectangular flashing beacons installed. This is similar to what is currently in place on Springfield Avenue in front of the engineering library, if you are familiar with that location. So Oregon, Iowa, the Ohio-Indiana mid-block crossing, and Michigan would all have rapid rectangular flashing beacons under this proposal. And the installation of these devices is associated with up to 18% reduction in vehicle and pedestrian crashes. To implement the consolidated crosswalk idea, we are also proposing access management along the corridor, which would include closure of Oregon Street to the east, Iowa and Indiana to vehicles. It's important to note that bike and pedestrian access would be maintained to Lincoln Avenue if these vehicle closures were implemented. Access management allows for ideal spacing of the consolidated crosswalks, improved vehicle flow, fewer vehicle conflict points, and can be associated with up to a 44% reduction in all crash types. As I mentioned on the last slide, access management allows for ideal spacing of these consolidated crosswalks, which for this study was deemed to be about 500 feet. Looking at our existing corridor constraints and the existing signalized intersections at Florida, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Illinois, and Green, we tried to, as best we could, lining up existing pedestrian desire lines, place these rapid rectangular flashing beacons at locations that would provide that protected crossing at a desired interval. So this is a close-up of the current conceptual drawing for some of these plans. This is showing the RRFB proposed at Michigan. Originally, this crossing was proposed closer to Michigan, but we shifted it north away from the intersection to line up with a pedestrian desire line from the McKinley parking lot to the other side of the street at the church on the east side of Lincoln Avenue. Moving this crossing further away from Michigan also adds benefit of further mode separation and the greater space and separation that you have between modes of travel like pedestrians and vehicles. Generally, that creates a safer corridor condition. We also are proposing a few changes to the existing MTD stops. So the MTD stops between Iowa and Ohio are proposed to be slightly relocated, again, to attempt to avoid intermodal conflict. The southbound stop at LAR was shifted west slightly. This is shown into university right-of-way, so this, of course, is pending university coordination and approval. We've already spoken with them on a preliminary level about this, and they seem accepting of at least having the conversation that we could, explore this further, so that's promising. This would allow the dedicated bike lane to be off-street behind the bus shelter, so the bike lanes would not have to interact and merge with the potential MTD buses in this location. The northbound stop was shifted north slightly into the proposed vacated right-of-way for the IO Street closure to vehicular access. This allowed for more space for a bus shelter and pedestrian access routes. And the shifting of this north also allowed for a far side bus stop where the buses could pull far enough forward, passengers could board and alight, and then cross the street behind the bus rather than in front. So the bus is not blocking traffic for a period of time as happens currently. Similarly, there are MTD bus stops near Oregon that will be slightly shifted. The northbound stop near Oregon, again, is going to be slightly shifted northbound as part of this proposal to allow for a far side bus stop near the Oregon mid-block crossing. We did not have to propose a new location for the existing southbound bus stop because it was already in a convenient place for a far side stop relative to the proposed mid-block crossing at Oregon Street to the east. We also looked at the potential traffic impacts of side street closures. We took additional traffic counts after the study was already underway to understand how many vehicles were accessing the corridor or the side streets from some of the minor movements so that we weren't inadvertently making decisions without all of the data at hand. We found that no more than 18 additional vehicles per hour would be diverted through any intersection movement due to the proposed vehicular access closures. And when you add the diverted traffic to existing traffic counts at intersections that are proposed to remain open as they are today, none of those movements exceeded 45 vehicles per hour. And so we do not believe there will be a large amount of vehicles diverted from any movement they are doing today. And even those that are diverted are not being added to movements that are already very large. We've also discussed Busey Avenue, as there will naturally be a few vehicles that would reroute down that roadway. Busey Avenue currently has an ADT, an average daily traffic volume of less than 275 vehicles per day. So we believe that there's more than sufficient capacity for the nominal reroutings that would find their way along Busey to re-access the Lincoln Avenue corridor under this proposed condition. It's also important to note that a reevaluation of the stop control along Busey Avenue is something that could be considered into the future to make sure that the intersection which intersections are stop controlled and then which approaches have stop control is agreeable with a corridor reconfiguration such as this. Thank you for the
Okay.
extra time. We'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody got any questions? Oh, James, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, and then I want to clarify something. The first question is, I didn't see any indication of street lighting with the crosswalks. Is there a plan? Lincoln Avenue has a couple of crosswalks right now that don't have street lighting. Is that in the plan and just not evident here?
We did not draw in any supplementary corridor features in the concept that was shown. This is still a conceptual level design, and those details would be, further discussed in preliminary design.
Yeah, and the clarification, I wanted to talk through two scenarios. One is if you live in the 800 block of Indiana Avenue, with this proposal, if you wanted to go south on Lincoln Avenue, you would have to go to Busey and down to Michigan and exit there. And if you wanted to go north, you'd have to go up to Ohio and enter Lincoln Avenue there.
Yes.
It also looks to me like for Oregon Street, if you live in that 800 block, now if you wanted to go south on Lincoln Avenue, you would have to go to Busey and go all the way down to Ohio to get onto Lincoln Avenue going south because of the right turn out and right turn in restrictions?
Yes, or you could go one block north. California, we're not proposing any access restrictions at that location.
So you could go to California and turn south on Lincoln there?
That would be a viable choice, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the implications of those street closures on the people who live in that 800 block was understood. Thanks.
Mary Alice?
So along the same lines that James was talking about, in terms of the pedestrian crossings, do you plan to put a pedestrian refuge?
That is also something that would be finalized, the availability of that in preliminary design. If it's determined that that space is desired for a pedestrian refuge rather than left turn queue for vehicle space, the right-of-way will be there for the roadway configuration. But that will have to be flushed out in preliminary design. We haven't done any drawings further than what we've shown you tonight.
As somebody who lives on the 800 block on Lincoln, those pedestrian crossings are dangerous as they are right now. They're incredibly dangerous. I cross there several times a day, and I always go down to the light because it's too dangerous to do the crosswalks. So, thank you.
Grace?
Thank you for the presentation. I think my questions maybe more on the city staff side of things for Carmen or Tim here. I'm wondering overall the relationship between this Lincoln study and the other Lincoln project from Washer to Killarney, if there's any relationship there, or they're just separate ones, and it seems like this is in an earlier stage than that.
That's correct. They're two separate projects, and that one's currently under design, and this one's only in the study phase, and design isn't planned until FY27 currently.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I had a question. What's the speed limit between Florida and Green?
It ranges between 25 and 30 miles an hour.
It'll be 25 to 30.
The current speed limit ranges between 25 and 30 miles an hour.
Oh, okay. Probably premature to ask this, but any idea of a price tag estimate yet?
We did do very high-level conceptual cost estimating as part of this. I believe the price tag for that is about $8 million, and that is very heavily dependent on being able to rehabilitate the roadway, a lot of the roadway, which would be, milling off the old asphalt and putting back new with a new roadway configuration. If the project would require more full reconstruction of the pavement, then I would anticipate that number would go higher.
So 8 million or higher. Okay.
Those are current opinions, yes.
Yeah. And this is obviously 13,000 to 10,000 cars a day. I guess it'll be a tricky construction scheduling where we keep lanes. I guess my question is, will the road be able to be used during construction?
That's a that's a question that would get finalized during the final design stage, but I would imagine that that would be a very strong suggestion for a roadway of this importance to the city, that the construction would find a way to be staged rather than have full closures.
Okay. Well, I think that will do it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll have one more presentation. We are going to have a presentation by Angela Bradley, the CEO of Heartstrong Meals. Ms. Bradley will present on the possibility of a grocery store in Ward 3. For nearly 2 decades, Ms. Bradley has served food-insecure families as the director of Stone Creek Food Pantry here in Urbana. Ms. Bradley took the program from serving 8 families per month to the largest feeding program in Champaign County. She started the Thanksgiving Big Give, which served between 1,500 to 2,000 families per year. Ms. Bradley was the progenitor of CU Better Together, a program during COVID to ensure that all children that received free breakfast and lunch also had access to dinner and food for the whole family. This program served all of Urbana 116 and Champaign Unit 4 school districts that came for food. During that program, it was discovered that some families were not being served well with the food options, and as a result, Ms. Bradley started weekly culturally relevant food distributions for both the Latinx and French-speaking African communities. With that introduction, Ms. Bradley, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans, for that introduction. Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for making time for this. Oh, sorry. Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for making time for this discussion. As Mr. Evans mentioned, I've been fighting food insecurity in this community for the last 18 years of my life. And during those years, I would listen to the people that I was serving to find out their needs. Every program I ever created, every pivot, and every change I've made came directly from input from the people as I learned their needs. The Thanksgiving Big Give, for example, came from multiple encounters with fathers that would pull me to the side and tell me that they could not afford a turkey for their family, and was there anything that I could do to help? Our culturally relevant distributions on top of our regular pantry and school distributions came from listening to the Latinx and French-speaking African communities. So why a grocery store in Ward 3? I'm here tonight because I've been listening again. I discovered that we have a food desert in our own community, a place where the only access to fresh food is Vineyard Food Pantry once a week. I've been listening and discovered that citizens have been directly asking for proximity to basic resources like a grocery store in that area. The farthest back that I could find was that they've been asking for at least 7 years. I discovered that it is also part of the mayor and the council's strategic goals for 24-25, as well as Imagine Urbana's Big Move 9 and 10 to bring a grocery store and healthy food to the area. But so far, that has not been fruitful or attractive to outside merchants. I also listened and learned how difficult it is for immigrant families in our community that receive SNAP and WIC benefits to shop at regular grocery stores. Foods that are eligible are so specific that it's easy to pick up the wrong item, carry it to the cash register, and get embarrassed. In my own direct work, I would try to provide the healthiest options for families and worked hard to provide a variety of produce. Far too often, though, if it were something unfamiliar and not super common, like potatoes, lettuce, or tomatoes, they wouldn't want to waste it, and they would not take it. I tried recipes, personal stories, almost standing on my head, but it did not interest them. And it wasn't until I participated in a program on campus and started studying the people that I was serving that I decided to put all of the food, the spices, olive oil, based on the Mediterranean diet in one meal kit. And instead of unfamiliar vegetables like bell peppers becoming something that was intimidating to the families, it became an adventure when everything was put together. I want to bring that same concept to the grocery store while connecting local farms and seasonal produce. My goal is to utilize the skills of a local chef, provide them with local produce, and have them make 2 dishes. A panel of children and community members will taste it and choose the meal that will be highlighted in the store and on social media. I've also been meeting with the Siebel Center for Design on campus to rethink the traditional grocery store and design it so that it encourages healthy choices. There's a lot of psychology there that can be incorporated. I want the grocery store to eliminate the food desert, be WIC and SNAP friendly, get more locally grown food to lower income families, and utilize education and fun to encourage healthier options for meals for the community. What could possibly help make this happen is the Illinois Grocery Initiative. And what this is, it's funding from the state that it's had 1 round already. We are in round 2. What's available is $11 million. Awards can range from $160,000 to $2.4 million. And there is a match requirement. So the state would pay 75% and the applicant would pay 25% of the projected costs. And a letter showing the ability to provide the match must be included. Grocery locations must be consistent with the following. It has to be located in a food desert, have less than 30% of revenue from alcohol and tobacco. This grocery store would have neither alcohol nor tobacco. The store will be best classified as a supermarket or other grocery retailer. It will accept SNAP and WIC, and it must contribute to the diversity of fresh foods available in the community. The deadline for the second round is December 2nd at 5 p.m. There is a third round that is projected to come down the pike a little bit, but it is projected to be less money and more inflexible. So the time is now to attempt to apply for it. Again, the state is willing to provide up to $2.4 million, and because they are investing so much, they provide technical assistance and consultants that help us to apply for the grant. And once the award is granted, they provide indefinite and monthly assistance to ensure the long-term success of the store. We commissioned a feasibility study on a location with the corner of Bradley and Lincoln in Ward 3 as the center. And we did a pro forma business plan and preliminary capital budget that included equipment, food, staffing, and all the things needed to open. The study from that consultant indicated that the capital needed to get the store up and running is over $4 million. That is preliminary. We have not negotiated the hard number just yet. While it may be close to that, it is not a hard number. But what we want to do is at least get in line and apply for this grant and attempt to get this grocery store in the community. I am here tonight because community buy-in does give points toward this grant. This will be a high-scoring grant, particularly because of the location in Ward 3, but also my credibility and service to impoverished people in our community. And the last piece of the puzzle is community match. And so I know that this is a goal of the council, this is a goal of the city, the people are looking for it, and I wanted to see if I can help get that goal met. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Grace.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm trying to understand your vision for House Would Work. Would you, as an individual, are you proposing to open and run the grocery store? Or is there another grocer retailer you're working with, or any of your current organizations?
There is not a large conglomerate that I'll be working with. It would be me with the state backing.
Thank you.
Sharice, did you have any?
I have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Sharice.
Hi, Angela. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
I've talked to Andrea Rudy
Yes.
regarding your ideas, which are really good ideas. I am concerned. My main concern, of course, is this a co-op type of organization that you're trying to propose?
No, not at this time. There are some constraints. So to even get to that point and apply for the December 2nd deadline, it would not work. It's not enough time. The DCEO grant is, it gives a very short window to plan.
Okay, so regarding the property you said on Lincoln and Bradley, right now there's a Circle K on Lincoln and Bradley.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you proposing that turn into, that get extended? Are you talking more about Bradley and Goodwin Avenue, like across the street from where the fire station is going to be?
So I'm in a public forum. I'm not going to say exactly the location that we're looking at, but what we did was we did the projections based on that Bradley and Lincoln as the center, and then did concentric circles at least a mile out to get our numbers.
Okay, so what I guess maybe I should talk to you more privately then regarding certain things, because I need to understand. I think you have a great idea, and you've obviously done a lot of research and everything as to what your vision is for a grocery store going in that area. And I, for one, have been seriously pushing for that since 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I want to understand, what I want is something that I know is going to be permanent, that's going to last a long while, especially considering there's been no grocery store on the north end since I was like maybe 11, and I'm 63 now. So that's been quite some time. And what I would like to see is something that I know will be really helpful for the surrounding community, as well as serving the student community, because we've got a lot of students now that also live in Ward 3, and that's a diverse population. And actually, Ward 3 has always had quite a diverse population, but it's still mostly African American, and also a lot of elderly people now. And so I just want to know that what your plan is for something that's kind of sustainable by that community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. And I definitely wouldn't want to get into something that would close, soon after. But because the state would be, and we're going for the full 2.4 million, but because the state is investing so much money into this, they also provide technical support and consultants. And the technical support and the consultants don't just help you write the grant, but they support you once the grant is awarded, and it's indefinite. So I text him multiple times a day, and we talk all the time, and he said that he would continue to do that throughout as long, it's just indefinite. So we have support because they are investing so much money.
Okay, I just know how the state giveth and the state taketh away. So
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, we can talk sometime. I'd like to get more in-depth conversation with you.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
James?
Thank you for your leadership on this. This is something that people have been trying to get accomplished for a long time, so I really appreciate what you've brought to the table here. I have kind of a simple question, which is based on the deadline of early December 2nd, I think you said, what would the city have to do to provide the support you need to make the application? What's the ask of the city to support that?
So the community match is the 25%, and so since we're going for the full $2.4 million, the community match is $800,000. And so whatever the city would be willing to do to support that financially, all you would need to do is to write a letter stating that you would be supporting that if we are awarded the grant.
And that's a commitment to do that funding should you be selected. So it's,
Right.
I mean, it's encumbering the funds, but only if we're successful.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else got questions? Go ahead, Jaya.
Yeah, thank you again for your leadership, not just on this project, but for making sure that folks in our community have better access to food more broadly. In terms of the timeline, do you have a sense for when there might be an answer in terms of whether or not this grant was awarded? And I ask that partially because we've had conversations about a piece of ARPA money, which we have to have a plan for in the immediacy, and we're trying to create some flexibility, and I'm trying to assess if it's something that there could be a potential for, if the grant was successful, using those funds toward this project, if that was the desire of the council, which may not be possible with where we are, but I'm also just trying to, we passed a pretty tight budget, so I'm trying to figure out where the money might be able to come from.
So the first round was, I think it ended in March, and I think it was just awarded this month. But the projection for round 2 funding, the projection is for early spring.
Mary Alice?
So the state is willing to go up to $2.4 million, and your ask to the city is for $800,000. How are you going to make up the difference between that amount and the $5,000 in your projected numbers?
So our consultant says, just with all the numbers that he's projected, he says that we are able to get a loan to make up the difference. But of course, we're also looking at other grants and other ways to kind of make up that difference.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sharice, did you have anything else?
No, not at this moment.
Okay. Just to be clear, Angela, what steps you need the letter that says you have some way, somehow 800,000 before December 2nd.
Oh, yes.
But then when your application goes in, the state's looking at, oh, she's got the 800,000, therefore she's eligible for the 2.5 million, right?
Yes.
That's where we're at.
Yes.
Secure the funding, and the plan is for a new building somewhere in Ward 3. Is that?
Yes, I've worked with Andrea, and we haven't been able to find a location to rehabilitate.
But after you get the funding, you'll be shopping for the land.
Yes.
And then planning to build the building. Is that correct? Okay. Just want to make sure that's what we're doing. Okay. If there's nothing else, thank you so much for the presentation. And we'll obviously be in touch. And
Thank you so much.
yeah. Okay. So now the part we've all been waiting for, public input. So the public is welcome to give 5 minutes of public input to the council. The standing microphone is for your use. And just give your name for the record is all we ask. And whoever would like to address the council, come on up.
Hello? Oops. Can you hear me? Oh, my name is Joanne Buddy, and I think your mailboxes have been flooded for the last couple of days from a lot of people in the Woona neighborhood objecting to the proposed amendment regarding zoning and changing lot sizes and to allow duplexes on what is now a single-family lot. I sent an email yesterday, but I put the wrong amendment number on it, and I don't know if you've read it, if everybody got my email. If you did, I'm not going to go into it again. My question is, did the city publish a notice of a public hearing? And I think this goes back to September, probably when it first hit the Plan Commission. But I would just like to make sure that you can find out from the city if that notice was ever published in the paper and when, because if not, according to the ordinance, you can't make an amendment change unless you've asked for a public hearing and it's been publicized in the local newspaper. So I ask for you to ask that of the city staff, like when was it published? And I urge you to vote no on this proposal. It just seems like it's going to change the character of a lot of neighborhoods. It's eliminating public input from neighbors or anybody else that's concerned about what may be happening in their neighborhood and how it will change the fabric of their neighborhood. I think you've gotten a lot of stuff because I've been seeing a lot of stuff. Please vote no on this. We don't want to eliminate public input just to satisfy developers' timelines and to avoid the process that it currently exists. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Huber. I'm a resident of Urbana. I also happen to be the applicant of the zoning amendment. I've given some remarks that may or may not be read out loud.
So, sorry, point of order, just trying to clarify, if you're speaking now, if we still read your letter, if it has to be either or.
So letters are only read into the record if they explicitly state in them that it is to be read into the record, and it is intended to be read into the record in the event that you are not physically present to give verbal input. In the event that you provide verbal input at a meeting and you did provide written input, both a summarization of your verbal remarks and your complete written input will be included in the meeting record, but we will not speak to the written input because you're serving your input now currently.
Okay.
So I've stopped the time. I'm happy to resume when you are ready.
I just want to make sure I don't double up. So my application is included in all the documentation. It went before the Plan Commission. So I won't go into some of the sort of technical motivations because they're public record, they're stated. I'll try to provide the most succinct summary of this amendment that I can and why, contrary to the moral panic that has ensued amongst a small neighborhood group, this is actually a moderate proposal. Currently, Urbana's zoning ordinance allows duplexes by right in the R3 district with a conditional use permit in the R2 district. By right in R3 with a conditional use permit in R2. Simple and clear, right? But then there's the following buried in the zoning ordinance. In the R2 and R3 districts, any lot platted and recorded after December 21st, 1970, on which there's proposed to be or erected or established a duplex shall contain an area of not less than 9,000 square feet, and so on and so on. Except as noted above, a lot in the R2 whose area or width is less than herein required and which was public record at the time of the passage of the Urbana, and so on, that's in the packet. Staff verified through the data that in fact 44% of parcels in the R2 and R3 are disqualified because of those additional requirements. So in a sense, it is a policy document, the zoning ordinance, which says you can do this. Oh, wait, follow the footnote. No, you can't. And not in a minor way, but in fact, it's 44% of parcels in the R2 and the R3. So I'm advocating for the elimination, or I have, for the elimination of lot width and area requirements for many reasons that are listed in the application that I submitted through my public comment at the 2 plan commission meetings where it was heard. These requirements are arbitrary insofar as that 60-foot number cannot be attributed to any specific health and safety issue. It's possible to build a duplex on a lot smaller than that and still meet all the requirements of code, all the other zoning requirements, parking, setbacks, and so on. And if you can't, you could either go get a variance for those things or just not do it at all. And so why do I say, and then it's important to remember that in the R2, there remains the conditional use permit. So that does not change. If you want to do a duplex, you will still have to go through the conditional use permit process, which will have a public hearing, consideration will be made, conditions will be set, which is an effective means of conditioning R2's duplexes, meaning we don't want parking angled this way, you need a fence if you want to have parking oriented toward a neighboring drive, and so on, or they could outright reject it. So why did I say at the beginning it's a moderate proposal? First of all, we're talking about duplexes, which are the next increment of housing after single-family houses. We're not talking about the big boogeyman of large multifamily developments. Duplexes are the quintessential gentle density. More importantly, the doomsday scenarios presented by the panicked opposition are without merit for one simple reason. What is being proposed is already allowed on 56% of parcels in the R2 and R3 districts. Has the presence of duplexes on these 56% of other lots caused entire neighborhoods to be destroyed or severely diminished the quality of life for our residents, as some people objecting to the zoning amendment have argued? They have not. So why would allowing duplexes to potentially, because remember, there's not tons of vacant lots in these areas, why would allowing duplexes to potentially be built on the other 44% of lots be so ruinous all of a sudden? In fact, the 44% of parcels unlocked for development as duplexes, which could be ground up or adding another room, would be less likely to be redeveloped since the lots are smaller and therefore restrictive. In short, it's going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Pleva. I live at 708 West Iowa Street in Urbana, in the panic-ridden area of the Woona district, the only award-winning neighborhood south of I-80. And I want to say something about West Urbana. We have been able to maintain a wonderful, highly diverse, welcoming portion of this town, adjacent to a major university, actually by the function and the activities of the people who live there. And in fact, we do it almost in spite of city planners, planning commissions, and landlords and developers who want to radically increase the density of the neighborhood. If you do this, people, think about it. We have a public process. He's talking about taking 44% of the lots of R2 and R3 and essentially opening them up all to duplexes without having the ability of the community and the people around those lots to go to the ZBA and to the Planning Commission and before the City Council. I wrote a comment about our reduction of the culture of democracy by residents to their elected officials. God knows we're in a very bad political environment right now. I don't think that there should be a reduction about the people being able to petition their elected officials. And by doing this, you essentially do, because you then can say, by right, I can put a duplex on a small lot without having the community ask the developer, or I wouldn't call them developers, we already are developed, but ask the individual, please explain why you wish to do this and how this would not affect the areas around. The lot size at my house, the lot size in my neighborhood on Iowa Street is 55 feet in width. The houses were built before the 1952 zoning ordinance. They are smaller lots. Under this condition, you could put them into duplexes, and there would be no public input because the developer, the corporate landlord, would be able to knock houses down and put in duplexes. Our streets are small. When you have parking on one side, you can barely get an ambulance or a fire truck down the street. Please, you know, things I want to leave you with is, if something works, don't fix it. We have a process for developers to petition ZBA for variances. Do no harm. Let the zoning laws that we have right now serve the people, because the people can then respond when there are comments to a proposed change in the zoning laws. It's not panic. It's the people talking to their city council. And I ask you to please vote down this global and overreaching proposal.
Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we have a lot of email input. Who wants to read one starting? Go. Mary Alice?
I will start.
Go ahead.
Hello, City Council. I've been in West Urbana since 1996, but the issue where the zoning folks on staff want to add more rental housing in the neighborhood has been going on since time immemorial. Regardless of what happens in reality, our city staff, be it Libby or these new folks, seem to have it out for our neighborhood as they appease whatever shiny big or local nice guy developer wants to make a buck off of Urbana this year. Meanwhile, I visited New York a few weeks ago, and their entire college town is similar to West Urbana, and their town seems to value the unique mix of families, students, and folks from all walks of life who live in a big and small houses in the neighborhood next to the university. However, here it feels like our planning staff ignores the reality of available rental units and acts like they are caring for the lower income folks in Urbana by trying to increase development. As Esther said, that's a farce. Additionally, an enrollment cliff is coming. There are just not as many students coming into the admission pools from the Chronicle of Higher Ed. By now, you no doubt know what weights most to the higher education, a significant multi-year decline in the number of traditional-aged college students. It's a trend that's becoming so well known it's given its own shorthand, the enrollment of, or demographic cliff. The consensus views is that America will hit a peak around 3.5 million high school graduates sometime in the year of 2025. After that, the college-age population is expected to shrink across the next 5 to 10 years, by as much as 15%. Many colleges, like those in the regions of this country that have experienced decades of declining birth rates, the fallout has been painfully self-evident for years. It makes no sense to increase the availability of more land for student housing. Why does the Planning Committee act like the rest of us do not have access to the stats that go against every argument they put forth? Please, in the spirit of common sense, stop the love affair between the Planning Commission and these developers who want to use our neighborhood for their gain. We are their constituents, not developers looking to capitalize on what makes our neighborhoods attractive while simultaneously taking whatever they can and degrading it each time they put up another crappy, expensive building for some kind from Naperville. With gratitude, Kara McKinn.
Okay, I'll read next. Honorable members of the Urbana City Council, we oppose the request by David Huber to amend Article 6 of the Urbana zoning ordinance to eliminate lot width and area requirements for two-family dwelling in the R2 single-family residential and R3 single and two-family residential zoning districts. The Plan Commission approved this request before obtaining or thoughtfully considering public input. The Plan Commission does not represent the people. The City Council is the elected representative of the people. We ask the City Council to represent the people and not the vested interests of corporate landlords and developers who have little interest in the quality of life in Urbana. The lot sizes in the West Urbana neighborhood are small as compared to most single-family residential lots in Urbana and Champaign. On West Iowa Street, the lot width is 55 feet. These beautiful older homes zoned as R2 are already close together. Eliminating the lot width and area requirements would cause an extreme increase in density and would not be in the best interests of the homeowners and the other residents. This proposal only benefits developers who wish to enhance their greed at the expense of this wonderful neighborhood. The West Urbana neighborhood is a unique asset to the city of Urbana in that it is one of the few affordable, national award-winning residential neighborhoods that is adjacent to a major university. In 1978, when I was hired as an assistant professor at the University of Illinois, my wife and I chose to live in West Urbana because we wanted to be able to walk to our laboratory and reduce our energy consumption. We purchased our home that was built in 1939, and we are the second owners. Over the years, we have enhanced the energy efficiency of our home and carefully restored the building. If you wish to attract professionals, faculty, and staff at the university, the City Council should reject the Plan Commission's efforts to undermine the protections inherent in R2 single-family residential zoning. The current proposal would effectively eliminate R2 single-family residential zoning. New families would avoid buying in West Urbana. If you implement this change, you will send many families to Southwest Champaign, Savoy, Mahomet, or other areas where they can purchase homes as truly single-family residences. As our elected representatives, the City Council should protect the unique residential neighborhood in West Urbana. West Urbana is unique because of its fine homes, mature trees, diverse population, and proximity to campus. By implementing this change to the R2 zoning ordinance, you will severely reduce single-family owner-occupied housing, and the result will be upscale student housing. This trend has continued throughout the years due to poor city planning and collusion with developers, which leads to housing that even many students can't afford. Indeed, students are the business of this town, but what makes this neighborhood such a great place to live is that those working for the largest employer in town, the University of Illinois, can have an extremely sustainable and comfortable lifestyle, walking or biking to work, raising a family, enjoying all the benefits such a town can offer. Further, with taxes to support schools, parks, the library, and other city services for the benefit of all. Members of the City Council, we urge you to focus on the characteristics of neighborhoods like West Urbana and to reject the proposed amendment to the R2 zoning ordinance. You should join with the residents that makes West Urbana one of the 10 best neighborhoods to live in the nation. Dr. Don Paikey.
Dear members of the Urbana City Council, we ask you to vote against ordinance number 2024-11-034, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning ordinance, update section 6-3 for clarity to remove additional lot area and with requirements for certain uses. This proposal, put forward by a developer not as part of the planning process and with no demonstrated need, is ill-considered and ill-timed. Urbana has a comprehensive plan revision underway that is, we understand, considering zoning for the city's future. Please do not vote piecemeal on a provision that reduces public input and will affect neighborhoods across the city before that plan is complete. Urbana is in a situation right now where many of the generic arguments for measures to increase density and housing affordability do not apply, and particularly not in the immediate near-campus West Urbana neighborhoods. Note that the vacancy rate in rental housing in Urbana vastly exceeds national and state averages. According to census data, the vacancy rate for rental properties in Urbana is 11.5%, twice the statewide rental housing vacancy rate. U.S. Census Bureau data indicates that 70% of housing units in the U.S. are owner-occupied, 67% of housing units in the Illinois area owner-occupied, 33% of housing units in Urbana, Illinois are owner-occupied. 67% of housing units in Urbana are rentals. That is twice the percent statewide. Urbana faces choices going forward about its neighborhood, reducing the opportunity for neighbors to weigh in via a process through the ZBA on proposed waivers, and thus disenfranchising community voices seems untimely, unwarranted, and unsupported. C.K. Gonzalez? Sorry, I'm saying that wrong, and thank you. And Michael Walker.
I have one. Dear members of Urbana City Council, I ask you to vote no against ordinance number 2024-11-034, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning ordinance, update section Roman numeral 6-3 for clarity and remove additional lot area and width requirements for certain uses. This change would reduce community input by eliminating residents' ability to voice their concerns. As a resident at this address, I have firsthand experience with the importance of community involvement. When the owner of the condemned rental property across from my house sought both major and minor variances for a duplex, the zoning board process allowed neighbors to express their concerns. While current zoning laws do not prevent owners and landlords from requesting variances, they do require consideration of public benefit, preserving residents' voices. This ordinance threatens to erode the ability of residents to participate and weigh in this important process. Kind regards, Meredith Blumenthal.
This one doesn't start with a greeting. It just says, I urge you to vote no on the zoning change. I live in West Urbana. One of the reasons I love living in Urbana is knowing that it is one of the few places in the country where people working ordinary jobs, for instance, as an administrative staff at the university or a manager of a store or even an early career family, can actually buy a home. I know people who have been able to do that. I was able to do that. It's those small homes like mine that are most affordable and have the lowest property taxes. I don't want them demolished and replaced with more luxury student apartments that won't even be affordable to ordinary working people. It was clear to me even before I moved here that the high cost of rentals here makes no sense for working people. It's all about investment opportunities and students whose families can afford to pay those high rents. Some of the wealthiest and most influential people in this town are the major landlords and developers. Our neighborhood was designated as one of the great places in America by the American Planning Association. Get the link. I agree. Why on earth would you squander that? And can you honestly say that making it easier for developers to tear down small houses to replace them with student housing is going to improve our beautiful neighborhood? Although in general I support more dense zoning, if it means tearing down small owner-occupied or rental houses to build more luxury apartments for students, even with an already high vacancy level of such apartments, that makes no sense to me. I don't know how that creates a more sustainable and diverse community. If you are serious about sustainability and diversity, please think about how to continue to have affordable housing in this community. Thank you for the policies about Airbnb, though I know these policies are not always honored. Please vote no. Sincerely, Florence Caplow.
Dear council members, I kindly request that you vote to reject the proposed ordinance. This proposed ordinance is a giveaway to developers at the expense of current homeowners and to the detriment of future generations of would-be homeowners in our city. The proposed changes would allow wealthy developers to reduce the inventory of the most affordable houses in our neighborhoods, which are the types of houses that are the entry point for most first-time home buyers. In the past few years, I can think of at least 2 such houses in West Urbana that were previously rentals and were sold to young first-time homeowners. We should be encouraging more of this in our neighborhoods, not less. As homeownership has historically been key to the building of wealth for many in this country, we should support the entry of young people into the housing market and not give away those opportunities to the wealthy developers who need it least. If we are serious about improving equity, we must support opportunities for home ownership by those who aspire to it. Moreover, the city of Urbana cannot prosper without a steady base of homeowners. Homeowners are the city's most important long-term investors. Our neighborhoods depend on it. Our businesses depend on it. And the very existence of our schools depends on it. If developers are allowed to degrade the R1 and to R3 neighborhoods for short-term gain, the city will diminish because the long-term homeowners will be forced to move to more stable, single-family residential areas like the suburbs of Champaign and Savoy or the towns of St. Joseph or Mahomet. And if you think that can't happen in neighborhoods like West Urbana, consider the residential area just on the other side west of Lincoln Avenue and bounded by University Avenue to the north. At one time, much of that area was composed of single-family houses occupied by homeowners, but now they are almost gone, none. Lastly, the proposed ordinance would encourage developers to reduce the inventory of the smaller and least expensive houses in our single-family zone neighborhoods and replace these with new duplexes that would be rentals for students. But our city already has an excess of student housing relative to demand. Furthermore, the new duplexes will not address the need for low-income housing because such housing is unprofitable to build without government subsidies. In fact, the proposed ordinance would exacerbate wealth inequality in our community, the exact opposite of what we want. Please vote to preserve our single-family residential neighborhoods by upholding current zoning protections. I ask that you remember our petition from West Urbana a few years ago and recall that there are many who feel strongly about preserving the integrity of our neighborhoods. Respectfully, Eric Sachs.
Dear members of the Urbana City Council, I ask you to vote against ordinance number 2024-11-034. This proposal put forward by developers is not for the benefit of Urbana as a community, but for the benefit of developers with specific agendas. Wholesale increasing density without discussion whenever it is proposed makes no sense. You should be allowing for public input and discussion, taking the time to consider variances to zoning on a case-by-case basis, as is currently the practice. We have a beautiful city and should be thoughtful about preservation, planning, and development to make the most of what we have. Please reject this proposed change. Becky Mead.
Thank you. Yes, the clerk time in for emails reading. If the buzzer goes. This is a short one, but the next one's a little longer. I wasn't keeping an eye on our hour total or the 5 minutes per thing, so I appreciate if whoever is, feel free to give me a buzz if I'm in the middle of reading something.
We're only 30 minutes into public input. We started at 9:16.
Thank you. Dear members of the Urbana City Council, I urge you to vote no on ordinance number 2024-11-034, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning ordinance Section 3 for clarity of removal. Okay, this is, sorry, slightly different from the last one I read. For certain uses, there is a need to further analyze and stipulate the type of any multiple unit buildings that might be developed in Urbana. There is a great deal of expensive student housing available that is unsuitable for non-student renters. Having been a longtime renter in Urbana prior to purchasing my first home here this past summer, I know this all too well. The proposed ordinance does not take fully into consideration what type of multi-unit buildings might be constructed and who they would serve and what needs they would meet. In addition, the ordinance threatens to disrupt the historic nature of our neighborhoods and their earlier 20th century domestic architecture, only to be replaced by generic multi-unit buildings of little design value. Best, Heather Grossman.
All right, my last one is, Dear City Council and Mayor Marlin, City Council should reject ordinance number 2024-11034, which proposes changes in the current zoning ordinance. Currently, the public has a right to offer comments to the Zoning Board of Appeals on a request for a variance from a property with an R2 zoning, a single-family residential, to construct a duplex. The proposed ordinance would rescind the right of public comment. City Council has an admirable acceptance of public comment in its meetings, and it would be inconsistent with this acceptance to rescind the ability to comment at the Zoning Board of Appeals. Scanning the 25-year history of my neighborhood listserv, I find the public has exercised this right many times. Urbana is in the process of producing a new comprehensive plan. Changes in land use and zoning could well be part of the new comprehensive plan. Thus, absent the new comprehensive plan, it is inappropriate to approve this piecemeal ordinance. Regards, Paul Dubovnik.
Okay, this next email is from Paul and Jennifer Hickson, but because of its length, I think I'm going to end up going over the 5 minutes. So your entire email, Mr. and Mrs. Hickson, will be entered into the record, and I'll just read it for as long as I can for the 5 minutes. Dear members of the City Council, we write to you to urge you to stop the ill-conceived proposed change to the zoning ordinance that is on the City Council Committee agenda tonight. We have written you several times over the past few years about the need to protect the treasure that the West Urbana neighborhood represents to our community. We are long-term residents who bought our home at 209 West Indiana Avenue in the fall of 1977 and have lived happily here ever since. We bought in this location because it represented a unique space which contained a mixture of housing styles located on an interesting, beautiful tree-lined street in a place from which Paul could walk or bike to work on campus, and Jennifer could bike or take a short car drive to the Urbana schools she worked at during her career. This was the place where we raised our children, now long out of the nest, because they could walk to school or the library or to downtown Urbana on an occasional family outing. In short, it has been a wonderful location to live in, and that's why we've stayed in this neighborhood and worked over the years to make ongoing improvements to our home. Some of you may even remember the series of photos that Paul sent the council a year or two ago, attempting to show the beauty and charm that this gem of a neighborhood offers to its residents. However, over the past decade or so, we have felt that the city planning process has been less supportive of this unique neighborhood that sits directly between the university campus and downtown Urbana, aka the county seat. Instead, we now find a series of fairly aggressive efforts from city planners and the City Plan Commission to convert this lovely neighborhood away from the mixture of housing styles it currently offers and make it filled with more and more duplexes that are essentially aimed at student renters. We believe strongly that such efforts are not in the best long-term interests of the city of Urbana. So we are very grateful when Woona resident and former city council member Esther Pat shared some very interesting and relevant information about this topic that spoke directly to why this is such a bad idea. We're going to quote directly and extensively from Esther's recent email to the WUNA listserv because we believe she has truly hit the nail on the head. The agenda item in plan case number 2493-T-24, which will reduce the required lot width 80 to 60 feet and lot area 8,000 to 6,000 square feet for duplexes in the R2 and R3 zoning districts. The Plan Commission findings included the statement that this change would, quote, preserve and enhance the character of established residential neighborhoods, end quote, and, quote, ensure that new land uses are compatible with and enhance the existing community, end quote. The case was actually proposed by a developer, David Huber. The Plan Commission unanimously recommended it for approval with some amendments. Details of the case can be found online. City planners assert that Urbana has a shortage of rental housing. Here are the actual facts. From the source is the U.S. Census Bureau. 70% of housing units in the U.S. are owner-occupied. 67% of housing units in Illinois are owner-occupied. 33% of housing units in Urbana are owner-occupied. Yes, 67% of housing units in Urbana are rentals. That is twice the percent statewide. The vacancy rate for rental properties in Urbana is 11.5%, twice the statewide rental housing vacancy rate. 3 weeks before school started in August, when U of I Housing Division announced it had overbooked the residence halls by 1,000 students, the university solved the problem, and the rest of this will be in the record.
Did we read one for Meredith Blumenthal? We did, okay.
Yeah.
So,
James, you got one?
I have a point of order. Sure. I've looked through some of these that I received in email, and while some of them are indicated as public input, I don't see where someone has said, please read.
A lot of them put it in the subject line of the email. It would say public input, please read.
I apologize, James. I saw this.
Looking particularly at the Paul Hickson one that I don't see.
I know, I can explain. I apologize. What I went and did is, I saw the same thing you did, and I went and emailed them and asked them, do you want these read? And they emailed just me, unfortunately, so you don't know that they wanted them read. And so, you're right, you saw what you saw, but these people did, yeah, okay, you understand. All right. And I think that concludes all the emails we got.
I have another one that I think was asked to be read in the original email subject line.
Okay.
And if I can get the time, thanks, this one's a full page. Dear members of the Urbana City Council, please vote against ordinance number 2024-11-034 with the same title as all the other zoning input letters. This proposal appears to be calculated effort by a developer to alter existing zoning regulations in the R2 and R3 districts so as to routinely allow construction of duplexes on properties currently deemed too small to accommodate such dwellings. It is my understanding that this ordinance would also serve to eliminate any formal opportunity for public input regarding whether a duplex is an appropriate structure at a given location. I fail to see how removing the opportunity for public input would be of benefit to the public. Rather, it would seem to primarily benefit developers since addressing the concerns of the public takes time and would thus slow the process of funneling profits into the pockets of duplex developers. I understand that there is concern about the amount of housing available for lower income residents of Urbana, but I fail to see how this proposal would in any way be an effective remedy. Since moving to Urbana in 2016, I have witnessed a truly stunning amount of construction of new housing, particularly in the area around University Avenue and Lincoln Avenue, as well as on the periphery of Urbana's downtown area, and I find it difficult to believe that the local housing shortage is so severe that we must begin demolishing single-family residences so that duplexes can replace them. That approach to solving our local housing crisis seems cumbersome and slow, even if the proposed revisions are passed. when compared to the speed with which multi-story apartment buildings are being constructed locally. If speed is truly of the essence in addressing the purported housing crisis in Urbana, may I suggest that the Plan Commission and City Council explore the proliferation of houses that have been taken off the regular market because they have been turned into short-term rental units through Airbnb. Without making any effort to research this trend, I have become aware of 2 houses in the West Urbana neighborhood that are neither owner-occupied nor available for long-term rental, but rather are only available for short-term rentals via Airbnb, thus effectively removing them from the stock of housing available to those who would seek to be longer-term residents of Urbana. I doubt these 2 are the only such houses in the whole of our city. Bringing such houses back into the available long-term rental housing stock does not require destruction of existing housing or construction of new houses, and when such houses are identified, they could be returned to the pool of available rental housing at a dizzying speed when compared to any other method of producing additional housing. I thank the Urbana City Council for the consideration of the letter, and again urge you to vote no against that ordinance. L.K. Bergeron.
Thank you. And I think that concludes public input. We'll go now to staff reports. Carol. Carol, there are no staff reports. On to new business. First item will be ordinance number 2024-11-034, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning ordinance. Update Section 6-3 for clarity and to remove additional lot area and width requirements for certain uses. Plan case number 2493-T-24, Community Development. Kevin Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening. Excuse me. Okay. All right, so I'm going to give sort of a little background of this case. It sort of evolved at Plan Commission, but I'm going to try and, for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on, I think, what the most important piece is, which is what the initial request was. And that initial request, as you will have gathered from the memo and from public input, was a request to eliminate additional lot width and area requirements for 2-family dwellings, also known as duplexes, in the R2 single-family residential and R3 single and 2-family residential zoning districts. Just to summarize the process, we, as we do for all of our cases that are text amendments and other zoning cases, we published a legal notice in the News Gazette on September 4th for the initial public hearing, which was on September 19th at the Plan Commission. Just a note, at that Plan Commission meeting, or prior to that meeting, we received 4 emails in favor of the proposal, 2 emails opposed to that. The applicant was present at that meeting. No other members of the public were present at that meeting. The Plan Commission, at that time, they asked staff to look more expansively at Section 6.3 of the zoning ordinance and then to return to them at a following meeting. So we did that and then returned on October 17th with what I'd say is an expansion on what the initial request was. None of that expanded stuff was particularly, what's the word I want to say? It wasn't all that substantial, so like I said, I'm just kind of going to focus on the reasoning behind the initial request, but I'm happy to discuss those other pieces as well. Just very quickly, I'll just say one of those changes was to really simplify a paragraph that was really complicated and overly wordy, and that said if you have an existing lot, you can reuse it. It doesn't have to meet minimum lot requirements, so that's for older lots. One was to make just really, we reordered a paragraph on the mixed office residential district without changing the substance of it. And then the final one was to make essentially the same changes for common lot line dwelling units that we're proposing for, or that was proposed for duplexes. Common lot line dwellings are pretty similar to duplexes, so the reasoning was really the same there. But back to the intent of the proposed changes is pretty simple. There's nothing new being introduced here. It's simply removing an additional requirement for certain lots in certain districts, or in the R2 district and the R3 district, which the zoning ordinance states should allow duplexes to some degree. So in the R2 district, it says that some amount of duplexes should be allowed, and that is why a conditional use permit is required for them, which requires a hearing at the Zoning Board of Appeals. The proposed text amendment would not remove that requirement. So just to clarify, a lot of the public input had to do with trying to remove public input with this text amendment. It would not. There would still be a requirement in R2 districts for a conditional use permit, public notification, public hearing, zoning board makes a decision based on the conditional use permit criteria. The R3 district, in the definition, R3 district, it's single and two-family residential. So two-family is built into the name of the district. It's also built into the definition of the district. However, 40% of the units in that district do not meet this additional lot width and area requirement. So essentially, we're defining something and then saying, but 40% of these lots do not meet the definition that we've slapped onto it. So really, the text amendment is pretty simple. It's just removing that extra requirement. So in the R2 district, conditional use permit still required. R3 district, it would be allowed by right, which is what the zoning ordinance says should already be the case. So right now, the only way to build a duplex in the R2 or R3 district on a lot smaller than meets those additional requirements, which, by the way, over 50% of lots in the R2 district also do not meet the minimum requirements. So you can't even apply for a conditional use permit on those by right. So the only way to do it is to get a variance, and it's very easy to say, oh, you can just apply for a variance, but a variance is actually a much higher bar to meet than a conditional use permit. Actually, the primary consideration, the primary criteria you have to meet to be granted a variance is that there is something special about your lot, how it's configured, that necessitates the variance. So we call it and that is not and that makes it different than other properties in that district. Now, almost by definition, if you have in the R2 district more than 50% of the lots that do not meet these additional requirements, I don't know how anybody could argue that they need a variance because the lot is smaller when half of the lots meet that same condition. There is no special privilege that somebody could meet to get a variance there. Similarly, in the R3 district, there is no special privilege or special circumstance that somebody could meet on 40% of those lots because 40% of the lots meet that same condition. So there's no uniqueness. There's really, we would almost want to throw out those variance requests right away. So it's not so simple to say you can get a variance or you can apply for a variance. It's a high bar to meet. Now, the applicant, Mr. Huber, in his initial application, he added some additional reasoning beyond sort of the basic reasoning that I laid out right there. This is in the Plan Commission memo, also in your committee packets, but I'm not going to go into these, but we can if you would like. One of his arguments was making more efficient use of land, increasing housing diversity, adding more housing where housing is needed, and remaining competitive as a city because there are not similar requirements in other cities around. Mr. Huber also, if you watched the initial Plan Commission meeting, he detailed the financial realities of developing small lots. He has developed certain small lots in East Urbana along Washington Street. I don't feel qualified to go into the details of land development, but he is here if you have questions about what it actually means to financially, be able to redevelop some of these lots in, as either a single family or a duplex in the R3 district, especially. As with all text amendments, we look at these with respect to the comprehensive plan. This request meets several goals of our current comprehensive plan. It also meets the spirit and goals of our draft comprehensive plan, but these are detailed in the staff memo as well. For the sake of time, I won't go into them here. But I would like to, I guess, wrap up and allow for discussion, but I do want to say I don't believe that we can discriminate against renters or against students in making zoning decisions. And again, I want to reiterate that we're not introducing anything new. We're just removing a relic of the zoning ordinance that's been on the books for, I think, 70 years that doesn't get at what the definitions of these districts say that it should get at. So we're really just trying to match the intent of the district to the regulations that we have and to the definitions that are in the zoning ordinance. That is kind of similar, or that's a similar argument to the one we made when we came with the B3U to the CMU text amendment a few months ago. We're just trying to make the ordinance better match what the ordinance says it should do. So I'll take any questions if you have them.
Grace.
Thank you for the presentation on this. I feel like some information that I need maybe for a later time, if not off the top of your head. Actually, I think I would like in writing, might make a little more sense. I need a refresher on what these other requirements still in place would be. As far as, you talk about the lot width and things that would still be in place aside from this lot restriction, particularly for duplexes. And I think I would like to understand that a little better, and it might help like some scenarios if possible. Like if you had a lot this size, this floor to area ratio would apply, this thing would apply. I'm just having a hard time conceptualizing like what that means.
Yeah, sorry, and I didn't actually summarize that. So you would have to meet, if this text amendment goes through, you would still have to meet all of the other development regulations that apply to the district. So that's, your floor area ratio, your open space ratio. One very critical thing here is parking, because a duplex is going to have 4 parking spaces on site. So that's going to limit smaller lots right there. And yards, so setbacks, as we planners call them. So those are the main ones. Also, for new lots, they would have to meet the minimum standards for the district, for the R2 or R3 district as well.
And I think it just might be helpful for myself and maybe some other members of the council and public to just have that presented in kind of a little table or memo for the next time we discuss this, of like, what is that floor to area ratio? What would still be that yard requirement? And maybe some hypotheticals, like with this floor to area ratio, 1,500 square foot house would have to have this kind of lot. Like, I think that kind of information would help me contextualize what we're talking about a lot more.
Okay.
And then my another quick question was, would there be any impact and delay if we kept this in committee for the sake of tonight's time? Do you have any urgency on it?
I don't think there's any urgency here.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Alice?
So I just kind of want to walk through so I understand fully the current process. So the current process is R2 and R3. R2, you have to get a conditional use permit, which only goes to ZBA. It doesn't come to city council, right? So
That's correct.
the only opportunity that the public has to comment would be at ZBA.
Correct.
Okay. And then in R3, you can have by right, you can have a duplex. So you don't have to go through anybody.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, of course, there's Florida area and there's all these different kinds of stipulations. So for the sake of argument, let's say that somebody wants to build a duplex on an R3 and their lot is 60 by 90 it doesn't meet the requirements.
Mhm.
What is their next step?
So their next step, sorry, I was going to give sort of a cheeky response, but their next step is they would ask what their options are, and I would tell them as staff, I'd say you can apply for a variance. I don't know that staff would support that because you would not meet the minimum, you probably would not meet that minimum requirement that I was talking about a few minutes ago, which is what's your special circumstance here? Because if your special circumstance is just it's smaller than the ordinance requires for duplexes, well, that applies to 40% of the lots in the R3 district. So they would need to come up with a better argument than simply it being smaller.
So would it be, I think one of the challenges that we face here is that we have a city that hasn't been around as long as other cities, but certainly the lots have changed and people have a different built environment, right? And so the way our zoning law right now operates is an idea that they were bigger lots than what they were 100 years ago, even 75 years ago. So it wouldn't be a special circumstance that the lots that were built before, which is what our zoning ordinance says, before 1970, that they were platted before 1970, that they were smaller than is traditional in our standards now, that wouldn't be a special circumstance?
I don't believe so because, again, it applies to so many of these lots.
Okay, well, I'll let James.
James, go ahead.
Okay, I got a couple things here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the lack of council review of special use was what got us in trouble with the storage thing on High Cross Road.
I would not characterize it as that.
But that was something that wasn't going to come to council because it was special use inside of the business district. That
It was conditional use.
Okay, so the lack of review by council is what I think is triggering a lot of people's concern about this, where it feels like it would currently exist. And so I do need to ask, because it was brought up earlier, you talked about the public hearing, but then you said that there were changes. You say they weren't substantial, but they were changes. Was there a subsequent public hearing?
There was, yeah. So at the first public hearing on September 19th, the Plan Commission continued the case and gave me a specific direction on what they wanted me to look at. Then since that case was continued to the October 17th meeting, that was just a continuation of the public hearing. We reopened it. I presented the updated version and then what they recommended for council approval.
Because it was continued, was it renoticed?
No.
Okay, so another public hearing wasn't held after it was changed?
So it was a continued public hearing. So it was
That's fine, but
right.
It changed, and we didn't tell people that it was going to be a public hearing. We didn't put a new thing in the paper.
That's not a requirement for a continued public hearing.
That,
Yes.
but I think that would contribute to someone feeling like the public hearing component of this wasn't followed in the way a layperson might expect it to be.
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm really curious, and I'm probably going to line up with Grace here, which doesn't always happen on pushing this for 2 weeks. Because one of the things I'd like to know is we have these statistics on how many lots, 44% or whatever, are prohibited or what have you, based on the lot size. Do we have it within our ability to say how many of these would be prohibited based on the other conditions, like the fact that you couldn't put 4 parking spaces on a lot of a certain size, or, I know I'm asking a lot here, but I would like to know what really are we talking about? What lots would actually be eligible, given our other limitations on ratios and so forth?
That would be a very tricky global analysis to do for the entire city. I'll just
AI to do that or something?
I could.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we could try, but it might get it wrong, as it's
So-
known to do.
Okay, well, but do you see what I'm getting at? If it's really not that impactful because of these other contributing factors, it would shrink the change and maybe make more people comfortable with the goal that we're trying to accomplish by doing this. The last thing I want to ask is, do you remember the zoning case regarding 312 West Illinois?
Absolutely.
Was that a duplex?
Yes, that was a
Variance?
duplex. There was a series of variances because it was a
But it was in R2.
It was, and it was granted, but that did have special circumstances, and they wanted to build it in the same location as the existing building, which was within not just 1 but 2 required front yards. They also requested a reduction in parking.
I know it was complicated.
So, yeah, I mean, and that's the case with some of these old lots, is that it requires a series of variances to do a lot of things.
I think
Anyway.
we've just made Mary Alice's case. Right? I mean, the fact that, you know, the fact that there are lots in R2 that can justify a variance means that there is a path to it. And it is a question of, you know, how special it is compared to other lots. Is that compared to other lots in that neighborhood or compared to other lots in the city? I don't think a lot has to be unique to qualify for a variance. So it's not unique. It's not, you know, everybody can get it. There has to be a reason. It's somewhere between those two things. And if we have that interpretation of variance that allows it to happen where someone can justify it, I don't know why we need to make this change.
Well, so that case, every case is different, and that case required a series of variances, not just for lot size, although that was one of them. But if we're in a situation where somebody can make the claim where just having a lot that doesn't meet the minimum area is a special circumstance, if we take that on its face and we say, you can use that as a special circumstance, then any of these 40% of the lots in R3 could claim that as a special circumstance. And so what's the point of making them go through a variance process if we're going to grant that for someone? That's...
Chris, can I just interject?
Go ahead, Carol.
So I want to just take a little bit different approach to explaining a variance, because we have this conversation with staff. The purpose of the variance process, which exists around the country, is that you anticipate things through the zoning ordinance. You anticipate a whole variety of circumstances, and you try to accommodate those circumstances through the various provisions in your ordinances, like lots on a corner or things like that. Variances, the whole variance process, and the reason why unique circumstances are required is it's something that was unanticipated and by the ordinance, because, we didn't think about that configuration, a lot that's a triangle or something unusual, or that has a steep grade to it, or whatever. And so then that's why you have this special circumstances, unanticipated. You don't qualify for a variance simply that I can't meet that requirement, that very clear requirement of a minimum lot width or a minimum lot size. I want to get a variance. because that was contemplated. We contemplated it and we said, no, this is the minimum size. You don't simply qualify for a variance because you want it. There has to be something that was unanticipated in laying out the ordinance that makes it really impossible for that particular property to comply with the zoning ordinance. That's what Kevin is driving at. And you have 40% of the lots in at least one of the zone that all have that same circumstance. So we're trying to get at, that's not a path. A variance is not a path to public input. It involves public input, but that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to give a relief valve for somebody who has a unique circumstance on their property and they can't comply. That's the distinction we're trying to make.
Chair.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to ask some of the questions that I heard coming up from folks, just so we can all be clear. So, for example, in R2, if someone had a lot that was 5,500 feet, what would be the process if this goes through?
If this goes through, they would be required to apply for a conditional use permit. It would go to our zoning board of appeals. They would have to prove how they satisfy the 3 conditional use criteria, and there would be public input, and the zoning board would make a decision based on how well or not it meets those criteria.
So for a lot of the lots.
I'm sorry. There's been an internal error. You will be disconnected now. Goodbye.
Sorry, Charisse. So for a lot of the older, smaller lots in Woona, for example, this wouldn't change anything for them. Is that correct?
They would still be required to get a conditional use permit. What it would change is that you would not also need to get a variance at the same time.
But the public input process.
Yes, there would be
remain.
a public input process.
And then there were concerns expressed in public comment about eliminating R2. Can we confirm that is not something that would be happening?
It is doing what?
One of the things that was said in public comment was a concern that this would eliminate R2.
No, it would not.
I just want to make sure that we're clearly responding to some of the concerns that I heard. Another concern I heard that this would allow for tearing down current residents to build luxury apartments. I believe that is also not true. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
It would not allow for it. Sorry, my wording might have been confusing. It would
No,
not, am I understanding correct? So the concern was that it would allow for single-family residents to be torn down and then apartments could be built. And specifically it said luxury apartments. That is not something that this would allow.
Correct. This would allow only 2 units on a lot.
Right. Do we have any reason to believe that this would be only available for student housing?
No.
Thank you. I think those were the main concerns I heard. The other piece was around parking, but I think that you've already addressed that it would actually probably require additional parking if we're looking at more duplexes. Is that correct?
Well, so we require 2 parking spaces for every individual unit. So we would require 4 parking spaces for a duplex.
All right, thank you. I think you answered a lot of the questions that people had that seemed like misinformation. Thank you.
Mary Alice.
So this change would set the minimum lot size to 6,000, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So what proportion of the parcels don't meet that out of the R2 and the R3?
Okay, so that's where we actually get into the other, one of the other things that's already on the books, which says if your lot was, basically if you have a really old lot, you don't need to meet the minimum requirements. So, sorry, I'm not really answering your question, but you jogged my memory. So if any of these older lots that do not meet our current standard of 6,000 square feet, they are already, the zoning ordinance already says you can do anything with those lots that's allowed in that district.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we're changing are things that were platted from 1970 to present.
Yes.
And so what I think I heard you say was that 44% of the R3s that are platted, that actually didn't say the time frame, right? But 44% of the R3s are less than the minimum that is currently required.
Yeah, and actually, sorry, let me take a step back. No, this would apply to, to every lot in the city. If you were going to build a new duplex somewhere, you would have to meet that 6,000 square feet. If you wanted to do it on an existing lot that's already existing, it would not have to meet that minimum requirement.
Okay, let me take a step back for a second.
Yeah.
So let's say you have 311 West Illinois, was platted in 1900, and it burns down, okay? It's 50 by 60. Are you allowed to build?
Right now, you are allowed to do anything that's allowed in that district.
Because it was platted before 1970.
Correct, except for a duplex, because we have this additional thing right now.
So you wouldn't be able to build a duplex.
Right now, you could not without a variance and a conditional use permit.
Okay, that part confuses me. It's only for duplexes. That's what I'm hearing you say.
No. Sorry, right now, the zoning ordinance allows any old lot that doesn't meet our current standards. You can use it for any use allowed in that district except for duplexes.
Except for duplexes.
Correct.
So if I had an apartment building on a 50 by 60 lot and it burned down, I could build the apartment building.
If it were currently zoned in a zone that would allow that.
We're running out of time.
Do we want to make a motion for extended time? Grace?
Oh, for this meeting, yeah, I would move to extend till 11 o'clock.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do we need a voice or do a? Voice is good. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. And all opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. We extended the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Chris, could I just, as a
Please.
For the flow, we do have a time-sensitive item, so I do want to make sure, and if you're going to keep it in committee, we can also
get to
take
that part, yeah,
feedback
that's a good
about what
point.
else you'd like to see outside of the meeting. So I do want to get to the third item.
James, go ahead.
I'd like to move that this be deferred to the next committee of the whole meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
I'd like to say something if I could.
You may, go ahead, Therese.
I guess my question to Kevin right now is, if someone were to purchase one of those lots, you say, is it that by right they can do whatever they want to?
No, go ahead.
Talk about all these other things they'd have to go through, but my experience, at least regarding these types of situations, is everything I hear is by right. So my question is, even if they don't have to go through the variance stage, can't they put whatever they want on that property?
As long as it is allowed in the zoning district and they meet all development regulations, they can put up anything that's by right. But this case is all about how we have these additional requirements that are preventing, especially in R3, something that is supposed to be by right, but then we have these additional regulations that are holding back a significant portion of those properties.
Okay.
Grace?
Thank you. Just had some quick final discussion information. In addition to, if we could contextualize some of those other requirements for us, if we could also include that Exhibit D, I was curious, I guess I could find it in the Plan Commission ones, but I'm curious if you could share that exclusionary zoning and its effect on racial discrimination, as well as the current zoning map PDF. I'm having trouble with the interactive ones, and I'm not sure if the other ones are up to date. So I think just whatever other information we can provide for next time would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to further clarify what I think might be helpful would be just if we could have like a chart, what's allowable now with what regulations, what would be allowable after this change if it went through, with what regulations for both districts. I think that could be really helpful.
Okay.
Mary Alice.
I just want to add in one wrinkle to that, which is the 1970 cutoff. So, because that is in the current zoning, right? So if it was built, right? It would be before and after. Right, before and after.
And I'll throw one more wrinkle in there.
James, another wrinkle.
If we expect impacts from the new comprehensive plan that would affect this, I know we heard about short-term rentals recently. We've talked about, do we need to shore up our regulation with regard to short-term rentals? I think those things, if we can look in the crystal ball and see what's coming with the comprehensive plan, how it might speak to this, and what we might do with short-term rentals, how that might speak to this housing shortage discussion, those would be important elements.
Okay, what's on the floor right now is a motion to send this particular ordinance back to committee, the next committee of the whole. And do we need a voice vote, or can we do that by?
You can do a voice vote. It's committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you. So let's deal with that right away here. All in favor of sending ordinance number 2024-11-034 back to the committee of the next committee of the whole, please say aye.
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 And all against say nay. The ayes have it. Next item, resolution number 2024-11-072R, a resolution approving an increase in the number of liquor licenses in the Class A designation for Fuentes 10 LLC, DBA El Patron Ballroom, 1006 North Cunningham Avenue. And who is the executive presenting this? Or, I guess we're just...
Your Honor, I'll be speaking to this in the mayor's absence.
Okay,
tonight,
Matt,
in-
go ahead.
In the absence of the Deputy Liquor Commissioner. So just briefly, this is an application from Fuentes 10 LLC, which will be doing business as El Patron Ballroom. The business concept here is presented as an event space. They're applying for a Class A liquor license, which would allow for the sale and service of alcohol for consumption on the premises only. As an event space, would allow them to be open to the public and host both public and private events, theoretically. That's really the gist of it. The address here at 1006 North Cunningham. I'm not sure what the existing use is in this building presently, but it's under renovation, as I understand it, for this event space.
Any questions? Grace?
I was just curious if all Class A license inherently have this option to allow for individuals 18, 19, and 20 to enter with written notice to the liquor commissioner. That's just standard. Thank you.
Sharice, any questions?
No, no, no.
Okay, do I have a motion? Mary Alice?
I will move resolution. Sorry, I'll move resolution number 2024-11-072R, resolution approving an increase in the number of liquor licenses in the Class A designation for Fuentes 10 LLC, doing business as El Patron Ballroom at 1006 North Cunningham Avenue, to City Council with a recommendation for approval.
A second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Chandra. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote for this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
say nay. The ayes have it. That resolution moves to the next city council meeting. Next item is resolution number 2024-11-073R, a resolution estimating the tax levy for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. And Elizabeth Hannon, you have the floor, ma'am.
So I will dispense a little bit with the first few slides, which you all have seen in the past, which is kind of some basics about how property taxes work, and kind of skip to the meat of this. So first of all, just so you can get a feel for what property taxes look like in the city of Urbana, this chart shows our 2023 property taxes for most Urbana residents. And as you can see, for a resident, the property tax bill, about more than half of that goes to the schools, followed by the city, which is split between several different purposes, which we'll discuss in a minute, then the parks, and then other taxing districts. So also, just looking at the general fund and how much general fund revenue actually comes from property taxes, a little less than 4% of the FY25 budget is corporate property taxes. So those are property taxes that go to pay for things like police and fire services, public works. About 9.3% of the general fund revenue that comes from property taxes and gets passed through directly to the pension funds. So we've talked about this before. It's just an accounting thing where we're required to deposit that money into the general fund, but then within a day, normally, that's paid over to the pension funds. So also just looking at trend in assessed value, this is over 15 years, and you can see that in the last few years, we've seen some healthy growth over a period that was decreasing or, fairly low growth. So for Urbana homeowners, this chart shows what property taxes a homeowner would pay to the city for properties valued between $100,000 and $250,000 here. I've bolded on there the line for $180,000, which is, according to Zillow, the average value of a home in Urbana currently. And the homeowner in that $180,000 home would pay $729 in city property taxes. Their total property tax bill would be larger, of course, because they're also paying all of the other taxing districts. So the mayor recommends that we maintain our current 1.3499 tax rate, which we have now for a number of years. So digging into the detail, we levy taxes for 4 different purposes: police pensions, fire pensions, library operations, and corporate purposes, or that piece that goes to the general fund. So for the library's, as you know, very dependent on property tax revenue. That's the vast majority of their revenue. So the proposed levy for the library is $4 million, let's say round it to $4,400,000. That's based on the budget that you reviewed for the library this for FY25, and that their board approved. And they follow in their budgeting process kind of the same process as all city departments do. That provides the revenue necessary to support their budget, and it's an increase of about 6.4% from the 2023 tax levy. For police and firefighter pensions, those are the next largest share of the tax levy, and combined, those would be just slightly over $4 million. That is based on the funding policy that was approved by the City Council in May of 2018. So again, our goal is 100% funded in 20 years. That the end of that 20 years will be in 2037. This year, it's a relatively small increase, and the exact funding amount is determined by an actuary, but I believe that's largely because we had pretty good investment returns in the past year. And so that affects the funding requirement. So it's $132,000, or 3.4% higher than the 2023 tax levy. And then finally, the corporate levy, that's again the part of the levy that pays for services in the general fund. And that's also the part of the tax levy that is adjusted to maintain a stable tax rate. Because as you know, as we've discussed in the past, we don't know at this point, and I think you heard this earlier also from the township, what the final assessed valuation for the city is going to be. There are appeals happening even as we are levying taxes. So the levy amount for the corporate levy is, would be $3,720,000, which is a very large increase from the current tax levy. Again, we don't know what the final outcome is going to be. That's about a 72% increase. So that's partly because, so as you look at the, well, let's move to the next chart and I'll explain this. So as you look at this chart, you can see over time what has happened to the library levy in purple, the pension levies in green, and the corporate levy in blue. So at one time, the corporate levy was larger, and then it decreased over time because of pension funding requirements, and now it's increasing again. So it looks like a very large increase next year, but the increase will only be as much as we can levy within the $34.99, which is our self-imposed cap. So to complete the tax levy process this year, we'll ask you to adopt the estimated levy next week. That essentially says, here's our plan based on our $34.99 rate. Here's what we plan to levy. We will advertise and then hold a public hearing on December 2nd. This is all according to state statute. And then we would ask you to approve the final tax levy on December 9th. When you approve the final tax levy, there would be a tax levy ordinance and then a separate item that would abate that tax levy to say, okay, county clerk, if you did the math and our rate is going to be higher than $34.99, we want you to go and take that all out of that corporate levy piece because we do not want to increase the tax rate. So that's a quick version. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions, Grace?
First question is, when was this added to the agenda and publicized? Because I didn't get it till this morning.
So this was left off of the agenda, an error with the clerk's office because we got tripped up with it originally having to be scheduled for a special committee of the whole, and then when we rescheduled from the prior week, that was our doing, but it is not final action tonight. The agenda noticing the meeting was fully compliant with the Open Meetings Act, but this item of business was added this morning.
So it seems like it did not have sufficient notification to meet OMA requirements to take action on this.
But we aren't taking action tonight. You would just be forwarding it to a future meeting to take action, and if council feels more comfortable with this not being on, coming out of committee of the whole, we can place it as new business on next week's council meeting so that we're still in compliant with our timing requirements.
Thank you for the clarification. I think that would make more sense. I understand the timeliness of this, but how we've operated with other things, if we've added something not within those OMA requirements, we say we're only doing a discussion, we're not doing anything, even if it's in committee of the whole. That's how I recall we've operated in a lot of different circumstances. So I understand the timeliness of this one, but I don't think that we need to make an exception versus how we've been interpreting and operating under OMA for other things.
Sure. Then I would encourage council to have that discussion this evening, and the clerk's office will place it as an item of new business for final adoption at the next council meeting.
Any questions for Elizabeth? Mary Alice?
I don't have a question. I just want to state so that everybody understands that while the city of Urbana is saying we're not raising our tax rate, that does not necessarily equate to your property taxes won't raise. So we will keep the percentage that we have asked for. Your house equivalent could go up in property, right, in value, which would make your increase in the amount of money that you have to pay. So I just want people to be aware that, yes, we are trying to hold the line in terms of the amount of money that the city is requesting from property owners, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to have to pay more money. And we're not the only taxing body. So there's many other taxing bodies, and the schools have a majority of the percentage of the tax.
Right, correct. I mean, your taxes could go up because the value of your home went up even at the same tax rate, and we don't control the total tax rate because just as we're doing this process, every other taxing district, as you saw earlier this evening, the Township is one of those taxing districts. They're also levying taxes, and none of us controls the bigger picture.
I had a few questions, Elizabeth. The $1.35 that we're doing tonight is just the corporate levy, meaning it's not the pension and it's not
That is the entire
The
tax levy for
12%?
the city of Urbana, including all those pieces that we
Okay,
discussed.
so that's the 12% pie, the $1.35.
Well, it's 12% in the 2023 levy. I can't tell you exactly what percent it'll be next year, because,
Oh, I know, but the sliver that accounts for those three
Correct.
things, that's
Yes,
what
that's-
this $1.35.
that's library, it's police pension, it's fire pension, and it's the
Right.
corporate piece.
I understand that. And then, just for review, what's the total property tax for all the taxing bodies? Is it 10 cents or?
So the total rate for all taxing,
Yeah,
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm
That's
gonna
okay.
say it's
That's all
like
right.
$10.61 roughly.
Yeah, no, and I'm
Yeah.
remembering 10 too, but that covers the whole pie. On
Correct, for all the taxing
every
districts.
$100 for 1/3 of the value of the house. Okay. Anything else? Grace?
To know if there were other questions, or I'd be interested in, I guess I'm not sure the route of that piece of action of taking no action vote on this tonight, but going to council for new business. I guess I'm not sure
Yeah,
exactly what
is that?
pathway.
What are we doing?
So you can do that via a motion, or you can just provide that direction to staff. Because it is time sensitive, so it will come back next week as part of the agenda.
Chandra?
I mean, I was just gonna move the resolution. And if it gets a second, if it moves on, whatever, and then if we're gonna do whatever Grace has suggested. But I'll move a resolution number 2024-11-073R, a resolution estimating the tax levy fiscal year 2024 to 2025 onto City Council for approval.
I'll second.
Let's just do a voice vote to say, yeah, we'll do that.
And to be clear, this is on the regular agenda. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm willing to move this forward, but I don't want to discount what Grace said. I think that if this is a process that's available to us, this has to be clear that this is a process that's available to us. So it can't be either or. I agree, this is not something that we've been told we could do in the past, and I think it needs to be really clear going forward that this is an option. And I appreciate the clarity in terms of what happened and why we're doing it this way. But this is on the record that if we have a situation like this again, that this is an opportunity or an option for the city council, and I do not want to hear otherwise.
I mainly brought it forward just because we have to have the discussion, and it was scheduled that way, but understanding that it was not noticed with the proper OMA requirements.
Thank you.
James?
Yeah, I'm going to ask our attorney whether sending an item to city council without a recommendation for the regular agenda constitutes the kind of action that is prohibited by OMA.
The short answer is, in my interpretation, it is not. So OMA contemplates final action as being the thing that dictates the strict requirement of 48 hours notice of an agenda item to be acted on. So in this case, that would be the actual up or down vote on the resolution. In my interpretation, the motion to move it to the regular agenda is procedural and not final action in the way that approving the resolution would be. This would be, I think, more consistent with what OMA refers to as consideration of an item and not final action.
Thank you.
Jaya?
Sorry, the process is confusing, quite frankly, because how is this different than if we get a recommendation from a board or commission? Like, that all has to be OMA compliant, right? But that wouldn't be final action if it's something that we're voting on.
Do you mind clarifying your question, Jaya?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so like I said, I know this is time sensitive, and if we're going one way or another, I understand that, but I do, it is confusing, right? Because, all of our, the plan commission, for example, that has to be OMA compliant, their agenda and everything, right? And then, but that's not final action, right? If it's still something that's coming to city council.
So they're a separate body. Like, they are
That's
taking
why.
the final
Okay.
act, because their action is forwarding it to council.
Thank you.
Or
That's
to
helpful
deny
clarification.
it. Our committee of the whole functions as a study session. Like, something that passes out of committee of the whole is not automatically enacted. Council is the only mechanism, like the council meeting itself is the only mechanism for actual adoption. But I don't disagree, because it is a gray area. We absolutely are well within our right to introduce it as an item of new business next week and have another presentation, and would still fulfill our timeliness requirements. Because it was not noticed with 48 hours. It was noticed this morning when I caught the error.
Grace?
Thank you, and it's all totally understandable. Errors happen, it's all fine. Just with the consistency that when especially council or committee members have brought something, it's been very much, we cannot take anything more than a discussion. Even our discussion can't have straw poll votes. It seems like this has not been applied evenly in this interpretation, and I know there's some changes and that makes sense, but I will be voting no for this because I don't think this is in line with how we've been interpreting and practicing our use of OMA in the past.
Okay, I guess we're ready for a vote then. I'm just going to do a voice vote, though. All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
against?
Nay.
I've got 2 nays, I believe, and the ayes do have it, and this will be sent to next council meeting for new business presentation and consideration. Next.
I apologize. I believe the motion that was on the floor by Councilmember Bishop and seconded by Wu was to send it not to new business, but as an item on the regular agenda. So it is still able to be discussed and will be considered as an individual item, but
Okay.
it is coming out of committee technically.
Okay, whatever you just said, fine. Next item is council communications and council input. Does anybody have anything for that? Grace.
Sorry, just have a quick one. I would appreciate some more financial information from executive about grocery store money, if there is any opportunity or any wiggle room and where that might come from for next discussion. And then also just quick updates, the pumpkin smash this year. We had 2,083 pounds of pumpkins collected and 58 individuals that came to the Landscape Recycling Center to drop off their pumpkins. We'll hope to keep this an annual event the Saturday after Halloween, so mark your calendars. And also pleased that the environmental projects, the SUN grants, applications have been in and review is starting to get underway. So I'm excited about some of those environmental initiatives in town.
Jaya.
Thank you. So a few things. We haven't met since we got an influx of questions about the ballot initiative, and I wanted to recognize that. We heard a little bit from folks about that tonight, and just remind people that Township has a unique process where individual citizens of the township can put forward a question to be on the ballot as an advisory question, and that whoever is at that annual meeting is who determines whether or not that question ends up on the ballot. And I know a lot of folks aren't here and listening, but I do think that that's important because I think there was a lot of, well, why did you put this question on there? And I think there's a big conversation that could happen around that, but it's framed in a premise that doesn't actually, that's not how it happened. So I just think if people have questions, that's something that certainly Township can answer, but just wanted to acknowledge that we had a huge influx of questions around that. And I think it would be irresponsible to pretend that didn't happen. So there's that piece. I think, Chris mentioned this in passing, want to reiterate that Urbana is a sanctuary city. And I want to task everyone who's on this body and may or may not be going forward, and all of our residents to think about what does that mean when the federal administration changes. I think we need to be clear in our commitment to undocumented folks here in Urbana, and really think about what does it mean to operationalize that commitment and not just have it be lip service. Because I know a lot of people are really scared and really hurting, and I think this is an opportunity for us to think about how do we stand up for what we believe is right as a city. So I think those are important pieces. I also want to kind of follow up on our last meeting. The alternate response task force kind of got put on pause, and I just want to flag that the initial intent with the funding that was put aside for that project that became the Barry Dunn study was just for that piece. So if that piece does not happen, I will see that as a gross misuse of taxpayer money, because that was the intention of setting aside the funds, was to make sure that we actually evaluated alternate response options, and that would include the opportunity for the public to engage. So I know we're figuring out a new process, but I think it's important. We're coming to the end of this term, and this is one of the first things that this council's stated as a priority. And I just want to state that, it can't just be, we got some staffing reports. That was not the intent of those funds. And so it's really, really important to make sure that that task force does convene and that an assessment of options for alternate response happens. And I would say that it absolutely should happen in this term, because it's been put on hold for a very, very long time. I think that's probably enough for me for tonight. Thank you.
Mary Alice.
So I'll try and be brief. I wanted to speak a little bit to some of the neighborhood that I live in, and some of the comments that a variety of different people have made. And specifically, I want to say that I agree. We don't try to include or exclude different kinds of people based on zoning. And I know that we hear a lot from single-family residents, which is good. I'm glad we do. And the reason I'm glad is because we have fraternities, dorms, apartment buildings, duplexes, single families. We have just about every kind of building just west of Lincoln, east of Lincoln. There is a big diversity of different kinds of living situations. There's co-ops. So I think it's a misnomer to say that people are anti-student, because there's lots of different options within the neighborhood that I live in for students to be able to rent. And in fact, the closer you get in, you get away from some of the newer buildings, it's more affordable. Those new buildings are quite expensive, and a lot of people can't afford those new buildings. And so they move into the West Urbana area because that area is more affordable than some of these high-rise apartments that we're seeing. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there, that I don't feel like the single families are anti-students, because we choose to live in a neighborhood with lots of students. I have a fraternity on one side of me, a group house on another side of me. I have 3 apartment buildings across the street from me, and I have 2 single-family houses. And I chose to live there. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Sharice, are you there for comments?
I'm here. Regarding the zoning piece, I just want to say that having not had a very good experience with planning commission or any of that zoning either, I can empathize with what the community in Woona is. I can empathize with them right now because even with public input, the issues that we had in my ward were ignored. And so public input is fine, and public hearings are all well and good. I guess what I'd like to know is, did they put, I've seen signs out. I know, I don't know if they put signs on the easements or anything to let people know when public hearings were. putting in the paper is one thing, but allowing actually people the knowledge to know, because they saw a sign on their yards. I know that they will publicize those types of things that way. So I would just like to know more about the particulars regarding for this particular zoning issue to come up at this time, and if it is, and why. To be honest, I'd like to know why.
Thank you, Sherry. You said it's
Anybody would bring
unfortunately
that up.
11 p.m. and our meeting has a hard stop of 11. If you had any additional comments, you're welcome to email them to the city clerk's office, council, and we can include them in the records as we were short on time this evening. Thank you.
Okay, I pretty much said what I had to say.
This